SmackDown since. Obviously, we had that Vince McMahon docu-series, which was absolutely huge. So that was like a big deal. And so, yeah, it kind of feels like it's been a while since we've been live and chatting. So I'm very much looking forward to this stream. I think the show tonight looks like it's going to be okay. I don't think it's only anything mind-blowing. We know that next week is going to be the go-home for Bad Bloods. And they have announced that next week there's going to be like a tag team ladder match. So next week actually seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. But let's jump over, shall we, and have a look and see what they've got for us this week, right? We've got the official preview on screen right now. We'll run down this and then we will jump into the chat. So, Solo Sikoa is going to return en route to his epic WWE Bad Blood showdown. Nick Aldis said that Solo and Cody are both going to be on the show tonight, as is Kevin Owens. So Solo, Cody, Kevin Owens, all on the show tonight. No Roman Reigns, but we do have some big names still. Of course, we got Bayley taking on Naomi. That's going to determine who goes on to face Nia Jax. So I'm expecting that to be a draw, to be honest. I'm expecting that to have a bit of a screwy finish. But we do have Bayley against Naomi. Then we've got Andrade taking on Carmelo Hayes. That should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. And we've got Michin. They've actually got on the official preview, Michin looks for retribution, which is a little bit cheeky, because of course Michin used to be in the faction Retribution, something that I don't think she has fond memories of. So Michin looks for retribution on Piper Niven. So we have that as well. So not like, I don't know. I mean, that I'm sure is going to be okay. I mean, Bayley, Naomi should be great, but I'm expecting a screwy finish, which is why it just sort of kind of my expectations are dampened a little. Andrade against Carmelo Hayes, you can never be down on that. I know we've seen it so many times, but every time it bangs. So you can't really be down on that. So I'm looking forward to that. Don't know what we get there. Obviously, we know where we're building and what we're building towards, Bad Bloods. And then Michin, Piper Niven, it'll be okay. Obviously, it's about next week's dumpster match. Apparently, they did film more footage of Chelsea at the dumpster at the tip. So hopefully we get another of those fun vignettes. So, yeah, a few bits in there. Maybe nothing mind-blowing, maybe nothing that's going to rock people's worlds, but should still be a pretty fun SmackDown all the same. Caesar Plays said, Days, I'm here. I made a sign for you. Wow, well, Caesar Plays, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you have a fantastic time. Send a picture over of that. I'll happily show that on stream, happily retweet that out, and we'll keep our eyes peeled. But it's more important that you have a good time, my friend. And honestly, SmackDown looks fine. Looks good. Looks like you're going to be in for a good night. So I hope you have a good one, buds. Dub for the ladder match, says Delwyn. Tom said, wait, the dumpster match not tonight? No, next week. Next week is the go home, isn't it? And we know how they like to make a big weekend of those PLEs now. So next week we've got a ladder match, tag team ladder match. I can't remember what it was exactly, like some sort of number one contender thing maybe. But that's next week. And we've got the dumpster match next week as well. So yeah, that's our go home show. Word of Wrestling said, what's the match that we're looking forward to the most? Are we talking about tonight? I would say Bayley, Naomi. I mean, Andrade, Carmelo will be the better match, but I kind of feel like that one, we've seen it quite a few times. And isn't it like 3-2 at the moment to Andrade, is it? So I reckon that's going to be 3-3. And then, of course, we'll do the 7th match, which will be the decider. We did something similar with Sheamus and Cesaro, where they did a best of 7. And that went 3-3. And, of course, you get to the 7th match. So this one, I'm guessing, will be 3-3. And then we get to the 7th. So I think it'll be the better match. But I'm probably more intrigued by Bayley Naomi because, listen, Naomi could just outright win. I could be wrong. It might not be that there's going to be outside interference. It might not be that there's going to be a draw. So I could be wrong on that. So because there's, shall I say, more at stake between Bayley and Naomi, that's the match that if I could only watch one match tonight, that would be the match that I would choose. But actually, that kind of has inspired me to do a poll as to what you think is going to happen. So who will win and face Nia? So who will win and face Nia? Will it be Bayley? Will it be Naomi? Will it be a draw? And then both will go on to face her. So do you think it'll be Bayley that wins and goes on to face Nia? Do you think it'll be Naomi that wins and goes on to face Nia? Or do you think that it'll be a draw somehow, like a no contest, double count out, outside interference, and they'll both go on to face Nia? So which one do you think it will be? I've got the poll up right now. Right, FNW said, in a perfect world, who would we like to see invade WWE whilst under an AEW contract to renew the wars? It's not going to happen, is it? I find those questions really difficult because it's not going to happen. I mean, it's not even close to happening. I understand, like, the whole in a perfect world thing. Like, it's just for fun type situation, but I don't know. It's difficult because I don't give that, like, any thought. I mean, I'd just go with, like, the top names. So, you know, your MJF, your Ospreay, your Okada, your Danielson, and, I don't know, probably someone like Kenny Omega. Someone like that. I think those would be the 5 that kind of I most enjoy watching singles match-wise. So, something like that. But it's difficult because, you know, this is where people are like, oh, what about this? What about that? And it's like, I just don't give that kind of thing much thought, to be honest. Because it's not happening, is it? It's not happening. Days, do we think that Melo wins and we get a 2 out of 3 falls match next week? I don't know. Well, I suppose we could. I mean, I expect it to get to 3-3, and then we'll get the 7th match. I suppose they could make that 7th match 2 out of 3 falls, but I don't remember them doing that when it was Sheamus Cesaro. So I think they just did a normal 7th match. So they could do. Yeah, they absolutely could do. I do expect it to go to a 7th, yes. So Mitchell, hope you're well. Jordan said, Days Lucha Bros are staying WTF. I know, I'm flipping over the moon. I'm not a Lucha Bros fan, as people know. So for me, like, you know, if people were looking for sympathy, you ain't finding it here. I'm really not bothered. For me, I think that WWE have done this sort of thing before where they add on injury kind of time. So I think, you know, you run the risk of being a bit hypocritical if you kind of complain about Tony doing it when WWE have got a history of doing it as well. So for me, add in the fact I weren't bothered about them coming in anyway. I don't care. This ain't one that I'm angry about. I know there's a lot of anger out there, but it ain't one that I'm angry about. I feel like part of the reason why there's a lot of anger out there is because it's Tony, to be honest. I think that Tony is someone that just attracts criticism. And I think that because he's always presented himself as being of a higher standard, you know, I think the hypocrisy of it is what people are jumping on. I think had WWE have done this, there would be moaning and complaining, but I don't think there would be the same level of kind of like anger that I'm seeing right now. I think the reason why is because, one, it's Tony and people love beating up Tony, and 2, Tony holds himself, or at least we thought he held himself, to a higher standard. You know, he's all about you know, looking after the wrestlers, being like, you know, one of the wrestlers, like he puts the wrestlers first, trying to help them out with more money and more benefits and a reduced schedule, and do you know what I mean, all that kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden someone's contract comes up and now he chooses to actually add on time to that contract because of injuries. And it's a dirty practice, isn't it, really? It's a dirty practice. But I don't know, it's one that WWE have done. It's a bit of a grey area, really, because, for example, if you pay someone for 3 years' work and they're injured for a year, did you get your money's worth? Or is it just, you know, sod's law? Like, it's just, that's what happens. You paid them for 3 years, they were injured for a year, that's it. That's, you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Or are you in your right to say, no, I paid for 3 years, I want 3 years worth of work? It's interesting, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, it's a conversation we've never had, actually, as to, you know, what is right, what is wrong, what is, you know, the expectation there. I actually don't know anymore what WWE would do in that situation. If WWE were in the same boat now, like not under Vince, but under Nick Khan and under Triple H, if they had someone in a similar situation where they paid for a 3-year contract, they only got 2 years worth of work, what would you do? What would they do? You know, what is right? What is wrong? I genuinely, I don't know. I've never really thought about it. I've never really kind of thought as to what the right or the wrong thing is. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be down on it being a bit of a 50-50 situation where, let's say, you have someone for 3 years, for 1 year they're injured, so you ask them to stick around for 6 months. Like, I wouldn't be down on that, because, like, you have paid for 3 years' work and you haven't received 3 years' work. But then equally, it's not their fault that they got injured. So, I don't know, do you find a compromise and do you go, give me just 6 months? But then is that wrong? Is that something people would frown on? What about if you paid for 3 years and the person got injured for 3 years? Is that just sod's law? I genuinely don't know. It's a really interesting conversation. And I don't know the correct answer to it. I think it's one that is very interesting. I think if you go on social media, though, the general discord is that it is wrong what Tony is doing. It's petty what Tony is doing. And I think part of the problem is that the general consensus was that you don't do that. It's kind of frowned upon by the fans, you know? You paid for 3 years. You might have only got 2, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. That is, I think, the general consensus of the fans. And I don't know. Someone would have to point it out to me if Tony has ever commented and said that he would never do that. If Tony has come out and said, yeah, I would never do that, I would never, like, you know, add on injury time to a contract. If Tony has said that, well, then I get it. You know, he's being a hypocrite because he's saying one thing, now he's doing another. I would totally understand that. But I don't know that he's ever actually come out and said that. I'm not saying he hasn't. I'm saying I don't know. So it's a very interesting conversation, that one. Very interesting conversation. I don't know what Penta does, because I don't know that Penta was injured. It might have just been Rey Fenix. Do you just bring in Penta on his own? And actually, for me personally, I'm way more into the idea of Penta and Phoenix being solo stars. Actually, Phoenix as a solo star excites me a lot more than having the Lucha Bros as a tag team. And I've said before, I'm not interested in sitting here and criticizing something about AEW and then holding WWE or treating WWE to, like, treating them different just because it's WWE. Like, I was critical of the Lucha Bros when they were in AEW. If they're about to come into WWE, I will say the exact same thing, right? I like what I like, I don't like what I don't like, and I'm consistent on it, or at least I believe I'm consistent on it. But the idea of Phoenix on his own intrigues me a lot more than having the Lucha Bros as a tag team. So, yeah, there's quite a lot to unpack there. Feel free to share your thoughts. What do you think? Do you think it's right? Do you think it's wrong? Do you think that there should be a compromise if someone's injured? And, you know, do you add time on? Do you add half the time on? Should you not add any time on? I genuinely don't know. I don't know. All I know is that WWE have also done that in the past. JD is LA said it shows that Tony signs a lot of talent just to keep talent away from the competition. And I get it, says JD is LA. Alfie said, if I was Tony and I had paid for 3 years and they got injured, I would just let it be. He's worth billions. Losing a bit is not going to affect him, says Alfie. Well, that's a good point, but my counter argument would be that that is not how you run a successful business. Like, you have to kind of protect the pennies and then the pounds look after themselves. So I think the idea of, oh, he's got billions, so we can just let this slide, like, you might be able to do that once, but you are also setting a precedent. So that means that if he lets this slide with the Lucha Bros, that means that if this happens again, then chances are he's got to let that slide, because then understandably that person would turn around and say, hang on, you let the Lucha Bros go and they, like, you know, were injured, so why aren't you letting me go? So all of a sudden it you know, it sets a precedent, and so anything that happens afterwards, people will say the same thing. And the other thing as well is, if you think about Vince and how ruthless Vince was as a businessman, and like how he was, like, you know, fighting for every penny, and they were trying to get money out of every single thing they could. You know, if they could sell Bret Hart glasses, then they'd sell them. If they could, you know, do whatever they could basically to make money, they were doing it. It kind of shows that, you know, the business world is savage. It's brutal. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Everyone's out to kill everyone in the business world, right? You know, Burger King are trying to bring down McDonald's, Pepsi are trying to bring down Coca-Cola, Prime's come along and tried to destroy both. It's a dog-eat-dog world. It's not a friendly, kumbaya, let's all hold hands situation. So I feel like with Tony Khan, like, doing what he's done, I think it is in line with what you would expect from a businessman, what you would expect from a CEO. It's the kind of thing that Vince McMahon has done, let alone would do. He has done it. And so, again, you know, I don't know if that notion that, oh, he's got loads of money, it's fine, he can afford to just... That's only, you know, that's dangerous thinking in the business world, I would say. That's how you go from being a billionaire to a millionaire to broke quite quick, if you kind of take that attitude with things. So, I don't know. It's a real interesting one, because I can see both sides. I can see that there is a moral side, which is like, listen, you paid for 3 years of their time, and, you know, if part of that meant they weren't able to compete, you still had them. You still could sell shirts and have appearances and do video packages. You know, you still had them in your company. You basically bought them for 3 years. You had them for 3 years. Might not have been able to have wrestled for 3 years, but you had them for 3 years. And so I can sort of see that. But then I can see the other side, which is like, no, we paid for 3 years of being able to do matches and, you know, promote fights and sell tickets, and I can only do that really if they're going to be present. I can see both sides, to be honest. I can see both sides. I don't want to sound like a douche, but this is the real world where, you know, business is business, and sometimes it's not very pretty. Sometimes it's not all let's hold hands and kumbaya. Like, we know that there's the dirty side of this. You know, I'm someone that believes in honoring contracts. And I say that when, you know, WWE let wrestlers go. I hate that. It's one of my least favorite things in all of wrestling, when it's budget cuts, because that's just dirty, man. You've paid someone for 3 years and then you let them go after 2 because budget cuts. It's dirty. I hate that. I hate that. It's one of my least favorite things about WWE. And fair play to AEW, I've not seen them do that yet. I've not seen the old budget cuts. But but this is one of the first occasions that I can think of where something contractual, something from that kind of dark business side, which people, you know, people want to just focus on the fun and the flowers, but that kind of darker side, the business side, the dirtier side, it's one of the first times I can remember AEW getting a little bit unstuck with the fans on something. It is very interesting to observe. So I'm interested in people's opinions on this. I wouldn't say there's a right and a wrong on this, because I can see both sides. I can see both sides. I actually don't know the answer. Hence why it's an interesting conversation. Travis said, let's not forget the reason the Lucha Bros were not wrestling. It's because Tony made a deal with CMLL. And because of CMLL, any non-CMLL Mexican wrestler will be allowed on TV with a CMLL TV. Hang on. I heard that if you wrestle or you are a CMLL superstar, you can't be on the same show as a AAA superstar. Because, again, talking about fierce rivalries and how business is dirty, there is a real rivalry between CMLL and AAA. They are the two big Mexican promotions. I don't know if there wasn't any movement on that, to be honest. I don't know if that's a situation that didn't change. I obviously have not been watching AEW this year, but I do remember a show where there was talent from both promotions, and I do remember Sean Ross Sapp mentioning something about how they'd reached some sort of an agreement. I don't know if it was just for that one show or if it was like going forward. I don't know. But yeah, there was something to that. You are correct. Jordan, shout out to you. Said days here are to many more. Jordan, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome. Hope you are well. And Carl and Dawn. Days, stay cheeky, my friends. Carl, hope you're well. Is Dawn around? I always think I'm talking to Carl. In my mind now, it's Carl. I'm sure Dawn does pop in from time to time, but I always think I'm talking to Carl, so... Also, Carl, I think if I look at your profile picture, is that not you in like a hat on your profile picture? My question would be, if this is Carl and Dawn, where's Dawn? Where's Dawn? Where's Dawn in the profile picture? Doesn't say many great things about you, does it, Carl? If you've got a channel with your partner and the profile picture is only you. Bit selfish, isn't it? I would imagine Dawn is probably a little bit too shy to actually mention this. I would imagine that Dawn is like, no, I don't want to rock the boat. He'll get angry. But I'll do it. So I'm standing up for Dawn here, Carl. I've got some questions. Right now, everyone's desperately trying to find your profile picture so that they can look for themselves. And when they find it, they will be horrified. Shout out to both of you. Tom said, Mitchell, it's 100% petty and it is spite. Tony just seems salty because someone who looked to stay in AEW for life is leaving. Wrestle Knight said WWE just let Lashley's contract expire. He had been injured shortly before that. I'm pretty sure they could have tacked on some time to Adam Copeland's as well. That's interesting. Yeah, I genuinely don't know as to what this version of WWE would do with the whole current setup. I'm trying to think about Edge. I mean, I genuinely would have to look back to see if any time had been added on. Nothing's coming to mind, though, so you could be correct that WWE did just let their contracts expire, but I don't know when they were due to expire compared to when they actually expired, and if there was any time that was added on. But I don't remember there being any kind of conversation around that, so you could be correct there. Mitchell said, Days, why keep someone under contract if you're not going to put them on TV? It becomes petty and spite. If you look at what he's done with Ricky Starks, Danhausen, etc. Well, I think that you would... Well, I mean, listen, there's two reasons for it. One, it's to stop them going to a competitor. And I know, again, that everyone wants to live in a happy, shiny world with flowers and joy and clowns and whatnot. But, you know, this is the real world, isn't it? And it's dog eat dog. And to be honest, we criticize Tony for being too nice. He's too nice. He's too in with the wrestlers. You know, this is a cutthroat business. And this is a cutthroat move. And I'm not down on it, to be honest. I mean, you can say that it's spite and all of that kind of stuff. But AEW is struggling a little bit. And one thing they're not looking to do is allow their competitor to get stronger. So in Tony's mind, he doesn't want to let some of his best talent go, right? I mean, I agree, it's talent that he doesn't want to lose. So he doesn't want to lose them to WWE and make WWE even stronger. So if he has got the ability to prevent that from happening and delay it, right? Much like how Vince has done. Again, can't be hypocritical. This is something WWE have done in the past. So if you've got the ability to do that, I can understand that being an option that's on the table, right? Now, of course, everyone's saying that Tony kind of promoted himself to a higher standard. He's being super hypocritical, all that kind of stuff. I understand all of that. But this ain't the first time this has happened, and WWE have done this before. So, again, I'm very conscious of not sitting here and pretending like AEW are the worst thing in the world when WWE have done this before, right? I'm not interested in the whole point scoring thing that goes on social media where we try to make out that AEW are the devil and WWE are angelic. I mean, come on, let's get real, right? Let's get real. This is something WWE have done before. This is the dark arts. This is the business world. This is dog eat dog. And part of that, one of the options on the table is that, yeah, you do prevent some of your best talent from leaving you, and you do stop a competitor from getting stronger, right? So that's an honest one thing, right? The other thing as well is, I don't know that he won't use him. I mean, I'd like to think that he would, because it's even moodier. It's moody to stop them going when their contractors come to an end, right? And then you bolt on injury time. So that's moody. But it's even moodier to then just have them sat at home, right? That's even moodier, right? So I would hope that he would use them. And I would hope that, like, you know, we can find a way of carrying on. Who was it that we bolted injury time onto? Was it Mustafa Ali? There was someone that was fairly recent, only a few years ago, that wanted to leave and we wouldn't let them go. Well, Mustafa Ali wanted to leave and we wouldn't let him out of his contract. But there was someone else, and I don't know if it was Mustafa Ali as well, who had injury time that was added onto his deal. But either way, as we said, you know, it's something WWE have done in the past. And hopefully they will still use them. I don't want to see any wrestlers just sat at home. I don't want to see any wrestlers sat at home. I want to see everyone that's under contract being utilized, but this is where for me it's a gray area, because we're not doing anything that I think is really unreasonable, because you sign for 3 years, you do 3 years worth of work. If one of those years you're injured and you can't work, this is where we then go into a gray area of, is it right or is it wrong to then go, okay, I need that year. You know, I've paid for 3 years. I need that year. The only thing I would say is I don't know what happens in the year that they're injured, because obviously the wrestler doesn't have an ability to make money that year because they obviously get paid to wrestle. So, you know, you can't really expect someone to get injured and then just go missing out on pay for a year, you know? There must be something in the contract that kind of protects them from that. So again, this is where we're getting really into, like, you know, contract stuff, which for me is interesting, but I appreciate for many of you out there is maybe boring. I don't know. But I think it's interesting because, again, if you pay someone for 3 years work and you get 2 years out of them and 1 year they're injured, if you turn around and say, okay, I still want that third year, do you end up still just paying them the same amount of money, which then means they basically sat at home injured without being paid for a year? Which, to me, that is quite moody. To me, there should be something in the contract where they are paid a base fee for that year as well. I don't know. It's so, I mean, obviously the promoter can turn around and go, nah, it's fine. I'll let that, we'll count that injured year as one of your years. And we can, do that. But of course, they've got the ability to do that. But equally, I don't think it's unfair that they don't do that as well. Like, I can understand paying for 3 years' work and 1 in 3 years' work. I can understand that. This is where I think people don't like my opinion on this, because we went through this when Sasha walked out. When Sasha walked out, I was really against that. And to be honest, I felt a bit of a lone voice at that point, because, again, all the fans were on Sasha's side. Yeah, she's right to walk out. She shouldn't be getting disrespected. Blah, 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 blah. My point was, she's under contract. She's being paid to do 3 years' work. You do 3 years' work. If you go walking out, like, that is one of the worst things that you can do in wrestling. Walking out on a show before a show starts is one of the worst things you can do. I understand she had reached breaking point. I understand all of that. But, a compromise should be found. Like, conversations need to be had. I just don't see how you can just go walking out the company. So I was really not down on that when that happened. I was really not into her walking out when everyone else seemed to be. Because equally, I think if you're upset when WWE lets someone out of their contract, so if someone gets released due to budget cuts, then that is horrible. WWE should not do that. You honor the contract. Well, if you think that, then the same has to work the other way around, doesn't it? If WWE should honor the contract, well, then the wrestlers should honor the contract. Can everyone just honor contracts? Contracts are, like, really important. Can we all just follow the contracts? If it's in the contract that he has the ability to add on injury time and they signed it, I ain't got no sympathy. And if I'm a lone voice in that, then so be it. And it's not even to do with the Lucha Bros, to be honest. Honestly, it could be Will Ospreay coming over, who I absolutely love. He signed that deal. Tony Khan has only got the ability to do that because it was in the contract that the Lucha Bros signed. They signed it. Done. I suppose in many ways that's the end of it, isn't it, really? It was in a contract that they agreed to. Carl and Dawn said, yes, it's always me. So Carl is living his best life there. He is the only person in the profile picture, and he is absolutely fine with it. Carl said she's camera shy. So what you're saying is that you've added Dawn's name as just a nice gesture, but she's not really part of the channel. I'm starting to wonder if there's even a Dawn at all now, I'm starting to wonder if Carl maybe does, like, solo videos on YouTube, solo little bits and bobs, and he wishes there was a Dawn, but maybe there's not a Dawn. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot going on with Carl and Dawn, more than meets the eye at first, so that is definitely a situation we're going to be keeping an eye on. So Carl and Dawn, or Carl as I should say, shout out to you. Charles said, finally back. Happy, said Charles. Charles, shout out to you, my friend. A member for 9 months. Eh? Love the old 9-month membership. That's when, soon to drop. So, congrats. And Johnny said, I'm in Florida. I don't have any power, but I will count on you, Days, to give me a good play-by-play on my phone. Johnny, shout out to you, my friend. We will aim to do that for you. Obviously, Smackdown doesn't start for about an hour and a half. We're already half an hour into proceedings. But, hour and a half, Smackdown will begin. Look, show looks okay. I mean, I don't think it's the greatest thing I've seen on paper, but equally it should be fine. It should set some stuff up for the future. So we know that next week should be a really good show. We've got the ladder match. We've got the ladder match. We've got the dumpster match. That's what I was trying to think of. We've got a few other little bits coming up next week for the go home. So yeah, things are cooking as we are heading towards Bad Bloods. Mike says, evening, you beautiful creature. Mike, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Vic said, if you're being disrespected and you can't get anywhere with who you're meant to be working with, then I understand walking. I don't personally. I mean, I struggle with the disrespected thing because she was tag team champion at the time. The problem that she seemed to have was that she wanted to do more with the tag titles. I mean, define disrespected for me, because she was tag team champion with Naomi. From what I heard, she wanted to and was getting frustrated because she wanted to elevate those tag titles, but WWE didn't want to. I think a sad truth is that there's only so much TV time, and the numbers suggest that women's mid-card feuds never really do much in the way of ratings. And so WWE is always focused on the top end of the women's division, and it's always focused on like the men's division and the tag division, right? Now, the argument is, and it's a good argument, it's an argument I agree with, but the argument is that if you build it, they will come. So if you actually create a good, compelling women's mid-card, then you will get the views, right? The problem is that the stories that they were offering up were not compelling enough to get views. So it's one of those kind of sad situations where I can understand like the women in the mid-card being frustrated because they are not getting good creative, which then equals bad ratings, poor ratings, which then equals, well, it's not worth it because the ratings are bad. That cycle has got to be broken at some point, so I do understand that. So, you know, that was the situation that she was in with Naomi, and she was coming up with ideas, but WWE at that time were not interested in doing anything more with the women's tag division. And so, you know, her frustrations boiled over and off she went. I mean, to me, that is nothing but unprofessional, because she is not hired for creative. She is hired as a performer. She is there to perform the creative that she is provided. And if that's what they've got for her, that's what they've got for her. If she's frustrated, you run out your contract, you go elsewhere, which is what she's done. I mean, she walked and then she's gone. Wrestlers go through bad creative. I mean, how many wrestlers don't get what they want? I would say all of them. I would say pretty much every wrestler at some point in their career will go through a period, maybe even a career, of not getting what they want, because every wrestler wants to be the star. Every wrestler wants to be the woman or the man. Every wrestler wants to be, you know, in bigger and bigger storylines. Everyone wants to be in the main event. If you don't want to be in the main event, then I would question, why are you even a wrestler if your ambition is to not main event a show? And, you know, again, this is the dark side of wrestling. If you've got a roster and a locker room full of people that want to be the main event, want to be the star, want to be, you know, the talk of the town, you've got a lot of egos that you're having to juggle. And honestly, that is a difficult part of the job. You know, we know that talent relations is a very tricky job. That is hard because you've got a lot of people that are not happy with how they're being used. And so she weren't happy with how she's being used. Add her to the list of Kevin Owens, Finn Balor, the OC, Gallows and Anderson, probably the Street Profits at the moment, like Tozawa, I would imagine, in his career, Otis, and I mean, Chad Gable when he was Shorty G, and I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. I mean, imagine if all those people that were not happy, imagine if all those people that were not quite satisfied with where they were, if they just walked out. We wouldn't even have a wrestling industry. What would we have? For me, it's just unacceptable. I can't make an argument for it being acceptable. The only thing that I think would be acceptable is if someone was being, like, bullied. Like, you know, if someone was being bullied, if someone was being sexually harassed, if we're talking, like, illegal stuff, like, really, like, this is unacceptable. Like, that's where, and to my knowledge, none of that was happening with her. To my knowledge, none of that. Maybe she can come out and say different, and then if she does, then maybe my feelings will change. But as of right now, if it was just because of frustration and because she wasn't happy with how she was being used, join the queue. I mean, honestly, wrestling's full of those people, and they don't go walking out. So for me, it was unacceptable. I made that point at the time, and I understood at the time that I was in the minority. My opinion has never changed, and it will never change, because I believe in respecting contracts. Contracts should be followed. If you sign as a wrestler to work with WWE for 3 years and you're going to get paid lots of money, well, you are basically saying, I will do and tell the stories that you want me to tell for the next 3 years. That's what you're agreeing to. That's what the contract is. I will do the stories that you want me to tell for the next 3 years. How much am I getting paid for that? I don't know, 3 million a year, 4 million a year? Lovely. Thank you. Right? Boom. Done. Next 3 years, I'm an actress. I'm an actor. You tell me the stories you want me to tell. That's the agreement. That's the situation. She was frustrated with it and ended up walking out. For me, that was unacceptable. So that was my feeling on Sasha walking out. And I don't know, with the whole Lucha Bros thing, as we said, just to try and put a bow on it, I don't really have an opinion on that so much. I don't hate it like others do. There's a lot of people that are just angry about it's wrong and all of that. But again, I look at it as like, well, it was in the contract. They agreed to it. I also feel like if I was person that was paying for 3 years worth of work, I could understand wanting that 3 years worth of work. I think the point that Mitchell makes is interesting, which is, well, you don't want to see them sat at home not doing anything now. And I can agree with that. I hope we use them. I mean, I would like to think that we're keeping them around more because we want our third year that we paid for than it is to stop them going to WWE. But we would be naive if we didn't admit that a good part of this is to stop them going to WWE. Had there have not been any rumors of them going to WWE, had it have been that they just wanted to go, maybe go back to Mexico, something like that, maybe Tony would have let them go. But because there's been such strong rumors that they are going to WWE, and listen, let's not make no bones about it. If Tony had let them go, do you know what social media would look like? It would just be a load of people gloating about the fact that WWE have got another one over Tony Khan. It's another one that's jumped ship. You know, Tony would get it, like, you know, in the neck, because you'd have a load of fans saying, oh, yeah, I can't believe we've got the Lucha Bros. Like, Tony, it's a sinking ship. Everyone's jumping from AEW. Again, you know, he can see that that's what the conversation's going to be online. So he's looking at it going, well, if I let them go, people are going to make fun of me. If I end up keeping them for that extra year, people are going to be angry. I mean, he can't win, can he really? He's in a no-win situation. I like to try and put myself in people's situations, and if I put myself in Tony's situation, it's quite a tricky one, that I think. It's quite a tricky one. Public perception would say you let them go, you know. But Sasha will be begging to come back when the reality kicks in, says Word of Wrestling. She spoke the other day about how happy she was actually in AEW. And she said that she thinks that she'll spend the rest of her time there. So, I mean, look, if I'm WWE, there's been enough water under the bridge now where I wouldn't worry about bringing her back. I do think it's a bit of a knock on her character. Because all of a sudden now, if I'm WWE, I have to make the decision of, can I trust that she is going to do as she's asked, basically. Again, if you sign a contract to be with WWE for 3 or 5 years, you are signing up to tell the stories that they want you to tell. And a lot of them stories might not be stuff you enjoy doing. We know that Shorty G was not something Chad Gable enjoyed. We know that Retribution was not something that Dijak enjoyed or Michin enjoyed. We know that Butch was not something that Pete Dunne enjoyed. Like, this is wrestling. This is what you do. That you sign a contract and you tell the stories that you're asked to tell. So I kind of feel like if I'm WWE, I would have that concern. I really would. I'd have that concern that if she came back, would she be willing to do or is she going to walk again? You know, so that would be a concern. But, you know, listen, if she came back, she's like, look, I've grown up, I've matured, I get it, I'm in a different place now. You know, I'd feel, okay, no ill will, no problem. That's fine. Like, we can work with this. If we can work together and, you know, we're going to try and give you good stuff, of course. But not always. Can't make that guarantee over. There's going to be times where we have to prioritize other women and other stories. And you'll find yourself in the mid-card, maybe doing some stuff you don't want to be doing, you know. But sometimes, and I think a lot of the time, actually, with wrestling, if you're a wrestler, you have to find ways of turning water into wine. You have to find ways of taking what you're given and really making it shine. You know? Look at Wendy Chu. Wendy Chu down in NXT, she was Tian Sha, who was like this spooky woman that just kind of sat there and pointed and told other wrestlers what to do. Then when that fell through, she was Wendy Chu, the girl that came down with a pillow and was all sleepy and all of that. And now she got injured. Now she's come back. And now she's doing all this kind of darker stuff, like with Rosemary in it, but she's still wearing like the onesie. I mean, I have no idea what Wendy Chu wants to do. And Wendy Chu might have dreams of just being the next Trish Stratus. I mean, the stuff she's doing might be like a million miles away from what she wants to do. But she is trying her best to make it work. She's trying her best to get this over and to make it interesting and make it intriguing. I got real respect for that. It might be her idea. I mean, I don't know. I'm only using her as an example, but the point I'm making is, I don't know. She might have dreams of just being the next Rhea Ripley. I mean, she might have dreams of being like this big badass. But instead, they've got to be in Tian Sha, some woman in a onesie, and now she's doing like this spooky stuff with Rosemary, and it might be a million miles from what she wants to do. Batman Big Fan, shout out to you, my friends. Carl and Dawn. Well, Carl said, look at the picture now. Well, I can see you, Carl, and your big heads. And then you've got like a couple of people in the background, but they're so small, buds. I can't make them out. I don't even know if they're really there, to be honest. I don't know, but I can sort of see. I mean, again, it's you, isn't it? It's you, front and center, with your big face, right at the very front of the profile picture, and then a couple of people really small in the background. There's a real power thing that goes on with Carl, I think. There's a real interesting power dynamic between Carl and Dawn. I think we're all on Dawn's side, to be honest, so God bless. Lex F1, shout out to you, buds. Forget Monet, Nia in the new bloodline, Naomi in the OG bloodline. So what you're thinking, put Nia Jax in the bloodline and Naomi in the OG bloodline. Well, that would be good because Naomi is obviously married to Jimmy. So them two being together would be good. And Nia, I think, would be a big benefit actually to the new bloodline because I think they do need like strengthening. So I think like Naomi and Nia, I think, are very close actually. I think they're very close. I don't see either as being S tier. I see them both being like B plus kind of level. I really like Naomi. And I think the reason I see a B plus is because she just doesn't get the opportunities. I mean, again, someone you could understand being frustrated. Nia was frustrated. She hated her presentation. She hated that I'm not like most girls theme. I remember seeing a documentary of her, hearing it for the first time. She was gutted. So I sort of feel like both of them have never really been allowed to fulfill their potential. I think Nia is being allowed to fulfill her potential better now, but under Vince, not as much, unfortunately. So I kind of feel like they're both like that B plus level. But I think that Nia, because of her size, you could understand her getting the better of Naomi. So I actually think in a head-to-head, it would likely be a tick for Nia over Naomi. In fact, it was when they faced in Queen of the Ring earlier this year. So obviously if Naomi is going to win tonight, she'll get another crack at Nia. Perhaps they'll, give the win to Naomi. But in my mind, it's very close. I give Nia the edge. Like if they face 10 times, it would be like 6-5, 6-4 for Nia. Maybe 7-3 for Nia. I'd have Nia win in the majority. But Naomi definitely would win the odd match here and there, definitely. So for me, if we went that way, it would be a way of just strengthening this new bloodline a little bit, yeah. So Lex, I like that. I don't know that it's going to go that way, but I'm on board with it. John, shout out to you, said Roman and Cody is the best in my life and in the world. To do my own family, you are the best of the best. John, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Chris said, a push can only last a few years until you've beaten everyone. It is best to disappear and then come back, like Punk, says Callum. John said, I've just binged watched Mr. McMahon on Netflix. Before the controversy, I'm not sure what to think. It was anti-Vince for most part, but then you do hear from Bruce. I think he does care for the talent, says John. I think that's an interesting comment. I think there's a lot to dig into with the Vince documentary. What I would say is a big thank you to everyone that checked out like the review that we put up, because that took a long time on Wednesday, and I went through the whole thing, broke down each episode, touched on all the key quotes and key talking points, and yeah, there was a lot to kind of get our teeth into. Ended up doing a 2-hour review, but yeah, I so enjoyed it, you know. I really enjoyed it. I mean, what I would say is that some of it is frustrating, some of it will make you angry, some of it will make you nostalgic. You kind of go through quite a few feelings as you watch that Vince docuseries. I think you kind of come out of it a bit all over the place, because it never quite nails down how you're meant to feel about Vince. Like, I liked that, though. It just sort of told you this is all the stuff that's happened. Here's Vince's side of it, because Vince is interviewed. And, you know, here's the other side, because they had people like Phil Mushnick, who was quite happy to lay into Vince. They had Dave Meltzer, who was quite happy to point out the inaccuracies of some of the facts. So you hear the WWE side, but then you do get the counter side as well. So they kind of try to present both sides, I thought. There's definitely times where Vince does not come across well. Quite a few of those times, I would say. But nothing that is not stuff that, if you've watched WWE for a long time, nothing that you don't already know. It's all stuff that I knew, and there was not really too much in there that I thought was surprising. But a lot of stuff in there where, honestly, I could have pulled out 100 clips that I thought were really interesting. I could have pulled out 100 quotes that I thought were really interesting. And just lots of context, lots of little bits in there, you know. I mean, I would class it as essential viewing, but I don't think you will come out of the 6-hour docuseries feeling like you've learnt a great deal. I think if you go into it with that expectation, you will be disappointed. So, yeah, lots that we can talk about with that. Lots that we could get our teeth into. But I feel like there's been a lot of conversation that has already happened around that. There's been lots of reviews and things, so people might not have the appetite to get stuck into that tonight. Jerry, shout out to you, Jerry U030. Hope you are well. Loved that video, said Jerry. Jerry again. It makes the work day a little less long. I want 2-hour reviews every week of anything, says Jerry. Well, Jerry, I really appreciate it, my friend. I was gutted, to be honest, when it came out as being 2 hours. I was gutted because I really wanted something that was like 10-15 minutes, really. I did achieve that, but the problem was I then carried on to do the individual breakdowns of each episode. But I suppose the first part of that video is an overview of the series. I suppose I did achieve my goal. It's just I kept going. And because I had 22 pages of notes, I didn't want to ignore those, because I know there's people that don't have Netflix. And I know there's people that might not have time to watch. So in my mind, and I'm sure you heard it in the video, I was like, okay, I'll try and do an hour long review, and I'll try and do, and it went 2 hours. But I just know the vast majority of people don't have time for that, you know? I totally understand. There's only 24 hours in a day. So I understand. So, yeah, I was pretty gutted when it came out that long, to be honest. I definitely didn't want it to be that way. But I'm pleased that you enjoyed it, bud, and got something out of it. Uncle Howdy said, Days, Conan has spent months bragging that he was going to walk the Lucha Bros into the PC so that Triple H can pretend to be cool as they point at him. Maybe next time Phoenix will tell Conan to shut up. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I mean, it is interesting to think that if it had not got out that they were going to WWE, would Tony have, you know, let them go? I think the chances would have drastically increased, yes. I think the chances of that would have drastically increased. I think the fact that they were going to WWE is a big factor, of course it is. And as we said, these are the dark arts. But, you know, I think these are the dark arts that Tony needs to kind of be engaging with. One of the criticisms of Tony is that he's too nice. He's too nice. He gets walked all over. He's giving people that don't deserve these massive contracts, right? He's paying bonkers money to indie talent, right? And he's being walked over. They're treating him like a fool. And that is one of the criticisms that I have consistently heard about Tony. Now that he's showing some balls, people are upset. It's the guy can't win. I mean, that is the truth, isn't it? The true situation is the guy can't win. If he's going to be nice, then he's being walked over. If he's going to get tougher, then he's being an absolute a-hole. How dare he, you know? So, you know, if you're Tony, you just... This is why Vince was right to just not care. You know, Vince just did what was right for him, what was right for his business, and be damned to anyone else that, you know, who cares? I'm going to do what's right for me. That was his approach, and it made him a billionaire. So, you know, you look at that and you go, maybe there's a lesson to be learnt there about not worrying about what people think, because everyone's got an opinion. And, you know, at the end of the day, you do what's right for your business. So the thing is, though, the problem that Tony's got, and this is what I think it boils down to, is that he has at times, quite often, tried to present himself as being above WWE. He's tried to present himself as being better than WWE. Like, I'm going to do this the right way, the honorable way. So he's set himself up there, hasn't he? I mean, he's made himself a rod for his own back there. Because now if he is going to engage in the dark arts, if he is going to engage in the dirty business worlds, well, he's screwed himself, isn't he? Because you can't tell everyone that you're better than that and then go and do it. So I do understand that criticism. I do understand that. Carl and Dawn said, I can't win either. Yeah, you're just like Tony Khan, but... Botched Eye Surgery, shout out to you, says, do you think it would be awesome if Shane answered an open challenge on Jack Perry? On the Vince doc, it was a bit it was a bit all over the show in places. There was a lot of out of context stuff. Yeah, Vince said that, didn't he? He said there was a lot of clips out of context, a lot of dated sound bites, right? So, yeah, I think that, listen, one thing that happens with that Vince documentary is I think Vince comes out of it not looking that great, but then I didn't expect Vince to come out of it looking that great. My expectation was met. There was a few times where he really angered me, right? There was definitely, mainly around the Owens stuff. I got very angry with some of the answers he gave there. I tell you who came out of it, I thought, looking good, and that was Shane. Shane comes across... there's even, like, Tony Atlas says, you know, Shane is a real nice guy, a real good guy. And kind of Shane, you can tell, like, just wanted to do the right thing, hopefully be the one to take over from his dad's. You know, we find out about how he wanted UFC. I thought the answer that Vince gave about why they didn't buy... Vince could have turned around and said, look, it was a good investment, clearly. It was a good idea because of where they're valued now. But I didn't feel at the time like. But he doesn't even do that. He basically goes, nah. You know, Shane wanted me to invest my money. You know, don't use my money, use your own money. But the thing was, he only had a little bit. Like, do you know what I mean? He doesn't pay his own son any kind of courtesy. He doesn't pay even his own son any kind of compliment sandwich, you know? The old classic where you say something nice, then you get to the root of the real reason why you're having a meeting, and then you say something nice at the end, right? There's none of that in Vince. There's none of that. It's even with his own son. Is like, yeah, he wanted to use my money. Well, he should have used his own money, but he couldn't because he only had a little bit. Even with his own son, he's like brutal. Businessman to the point, cutting through the nonsense, cutting through the niceties. Vince will tell you if the sky is blue or not, right? And he won't even say hello. He'll just, is the sky blue? Yeah, it's blue, yeah. You're an idiot. It's blue, and that's, you know, that's it. That's all you get out of him. Is just a cutthroat businessman, which is what I was expecting to see. But the flip side of that coin is that Shane comes out of it really well, I thought, because he does not come across that way. He seems to be a bit more human. He seems to have a bit more humility. He seems to be a nice person, and I think that if AEW were to pick Shane up after that documentary, I think there would be some real goodwill towards Shane. Actually, I'd go a step further. If Tony was to say, I'm going to take a back seat, I've had a really good time doing this. I've really enjoyed it. But I think that my time has run its course. I will continue to, you know, provide investment. But I think I need to step back now. And I think I've found the person that's the perfect replacement for me. Someone who has spent his whole life working hard, being in the industry, working towards, like, you know, one day running a massive wrestling promotion. And I'm really honored that I can give him that opportunity to run AEW now. And ladies and gentlemen, Shane McMahon. And Shane McMahon can come in. Shane McMahon can be the person that, you know, puts that. And do you know what? I think there'd be a lot of goodwill towards that. Because with one stone, you are getting rid of someone that a lot of wrestling fans don't like. I'm sorry, AEW fans, but the truth is a lot of people don't like Tony Khan, right? And we can sit here and go down a whole plethora of reasons as to why. But he is not popular. He is a barrier. He is a problem for people enjoying AEW. If Tony was not around, it was not involved, I think it would be a lot easier to give AEW a chance. And it would be a lot easier to watch the promotion. Tony has made himself public enemy number one. It's backfired. If he was trying to make himself super liked and all that, it's backfired. He is a massive problem. So two birds, one stone. Get rid of Tony, and then you bring in Shane McMahon, who, as I said, if you've watched that documentary, I thought came across really well. I thought he came across really well. I would not bring Shane in as a wrestler. I mean, AEW is where the best wrestle, and Shane has never been the best. He's always been someone that will do mad stuff to try and stand out. Well, we've already got Darby Allin to do that. We don't need a Shane. Plus, you know, he's well past his prime. Like, it's done, right? He needs to come in and be a GM. He needs to come in and be the president. He needs to come in and be, you know, the Jack Tunney role. He needs to come in and do that. So for me, you know, listen, the truth might be that Tony hasn't stepped away. If he did say that, it might be that he's still heavily involved backstage. But you tell everyone that you're stepping away. You make it seem like this is Shane's show now. And I tell you, people would be super interested to see what would be, what would it look like? What, you know, just like how Triple H took over from Vince. People would be like, okay, new era. What's this going to look like now? And if I'm AEW, I'm shaking it up, you know. I'm going big. You know, I'm going to do some big stuff. I'm going to really... I'm not going to have all the champions vacate belts like WCW, but I'm definitely going to make some changes. And I'm going to find a way of Making this thing more welcoming. That would be my first step. Because I think at the moment, I feel like the door is closed with AEW. And I think you need to open the windows, you need to open the doors, you need to let fresh air in, and you need to make it more welcoming for non-AEW fans. Certainly you need to make it more welcoming for WWE fans that I think just don't want to even check it out because of the whole tribalism thing. End the tribalism. Stop taking shots at WWE. Make the whole product more welcoming. Open the windows, open the doors, let the fresh air in. Get rid of Tony. Put Shane in charge of, the show being the face of it. Honestly, that would be a good starting point. That ain't going to fix everything. But I think all of a sudden then, good move. So I'm actually down for Shane coming in. Yeah, I'm actually down for it. So so botched eye surgery, I wouldn't have him answer Jack Perry's open challenge. I would go bigger than that. I would have him as the face of the company. I'd have him the person that is actually running the thing. Delwyn said Vince did walk away. He's done what's best for business and he handed it over to Triple H, fully controlled, and it's now enjoyable, says Delwyn. Caleb said, I think Mr. Khan doesn't listen to others. His busted open interview is just a speech. Can you talk to someone who doesn't pay attention? Can you talk to someone that doesn't pay attention? Well, listen, I don't know. This is where I'm out of my depth because I don't listen to or watch Tony Khan interviews. So I don't keep my ear to the grindstone as to what's happening backstage, right, with AEW. All I know is that Tony is a problem. He was a problem when I was watching, and he's just more of a problem now. So again, I just have to go back to the fact of getting him out the way would be a step in the right direction. You've got someone unlikable to many people as the face of your company. That is clearly a problem. That is clearly a problem. I know not everyone agrees. There's a lot of people out there that like Tony, but I see enough online and in conversations that I have with people in like group chats, not group chats, but like in the chat of streams where I know that is a problem. So I think that would be a step in the right direction. Whether you can, whether you do that or not, don't know. James said, I only watched your review on the documentary. I've not been bothered to watch it yet. Well, James, thank you. I really appreciate that. As I said, I'm not trying to get people to watch it if they don't want to watch it. I just for anyone that tells me they've watched it, I just really appreciate it because it, as I said, it took me a long time. That was like all of Wednesday. I did the NXT stream till 3 a.m. By the time that the review had been uploaded onto YouTube, no joke, I think it was 9:30 at night. So I think it went up like 12, 18 hours after NXT. And I was still awake, having watched 6 hours, which took me about 8 hours, then filmed a 2-hour video, then, took about an hour to get my notes together, then 2-hour video. Then I uploaded and it kept crashing because of how big the file was. Then I had to do some quick little editing because actually the video was over 2 hours. So I had to do like a bit of editing to it, which then made the file even bigger. And it was one of those, those situations where just nothing is going right. It was that. That was my Wednesday. It was pretty brutal, but I was really pleased with the end result. And I suppose in a way, if you do YouTube, you have a little expectation. My expectation for that was I really hope it gets about 5,000 views. It's not an unseen. It's not a Wyatt 6 video. I don't expect it to get like 10,000. I mean, even unseen doesn't do 10,000. So I didn't have that expectation, but I was like, if it could get 5, if it ends up doing 1 or 2, then after all this work, that's going to be a bit shame. So I was hoping it would do 5. Last time I saw it, it was on about 6. So I was thrilled. I was really pleased. So big, just thanks. Thanks for checking it out. And even if it wasn't your thing, really, well, it's done, isn't it? It's in the past, and I've definitely learnt some lessons from it. I think it would be better if in the future I try to just talk about the big key talk rather than give everything, because everything's in there. Rather than talk about everything, just pick out like the key bits. Like, here's the 10 key takeaways, you know, that kind of a thing. I'd probably try and do that next time. Maybe I'd still do that 2-hour one as well, but just shove it on a different channel or something. But I don't know, it's in the past now. It's in the past. Right. Are we up to speed with all the super chats and everything? We are. Good. Let's get back to the chat. I want to try and get through as many comments as possible. Let's go. Uncle Howdy said, if Tony Khan really adds injury time to Phoenix's contract, that's the biggest move by AEW and Tony Khan in history. Watch them do the same with Malachi Black, because WWE has got big interest. Yeah, that just goes back to a point we made earlier, which is if you don't do it for someone, or then the next time that someone's contract's coming up, they will say, hang on, you didn't do it for such and such, so why are you doing it for me? And I don't know legally where they would stand there, because you're not being consistent with how you're treating people, and those kind of inconsistencies can result in legal action. So actually, you know, the Lucha Bros, it would be interesting if they find someone whose contract had expired that had been injured and that person didn't have that time added on. It would be interesting if they found quite a few examples of those. I genuinely don't know if they took that to a lawyer, what would be said. Because all of a sudden now they're being treated different. And if you're treated different, then that is discrimination. And so all of a sudden, does it open up the doors to discrimination proceedings? I mean, that's a conversation we've not spoke about. But let's say that there aren't loads of examples of that, right? Let's just say that this happens and it's allowed to happen and blah, blah, blah. Then, yeah, you're right. Then all of a sudden, Malachi could be in the same boat. It could be a situation that Malachi's contract expires, but because of injury, he then is kept around. Like, yeah, you're right. We could see this happen more. Vince literally died for his company more than once. People still hate on him, says Rise and Beats. Yeah, I mean, the never-ending scandals, isn't there, really? I mean, Janelle Grant's lawyer said that the documentary doesn't even present half of what Vince is accused of. Which is true, actually. There were a few other things that could have been included in there. I think they included a lot, though. I think they did get a lot. But we know that there are 7 women that have been paid money to stay quiet. The thing is that we can't touch on those cases because details on those cases have not emerged because they've been told to stay quiet. So, you know, I think they've tried to include kind of what is public, what is known, but there is other stuff out there. And this is why when the case gets going, the whole Janelle Grant thing, that's when it's going to get, you know, all come out again, because I think this, I mean, Janelle Grant's lawyer said she's been inundated with people contacting her about Vince. So I don't know I don't know who's going to be on the witness stand. I don't know what we're going to hear that we haven't heard before. It's one of those, it's like, if you think this is all gone, this ain't even started. Like, the federal government are looking into Vince right now. That is a process that's going to take a long time. We don't know the result of that process. After that, Janelle Grant is still going to want her day in court. So you'll have that. Then if she gets a big payment and whatever, you'll see other women coming forward. I've no doubt about that. This is something that's going to run for years and years and years. You know what legal proceedings are like. They run for a long time. And this is something that will just keep going and going and going. So, yeah, unfortunately, this is not the end for... Actually, Wrestle Night has just tagged me in something from Fightful. What's this? Let's have a look. Just whilst we're on the subject. Janelle Grant's team issues a list of examples of Vince McMahon and WWE's toxic culture. Let's just have a look at. I'm seeing this for the first time. This is from Fightful, right? It says, What they're saying inside Vince, Netflix, Mr. McMahon has pulled the curtain on how former WWE CEO Vince McMahon created a toxic culture of misogyny, exploitation, abuse, sexual harassment. The 6-part docuseries has just only scratched the surface of McMahon's criminal and horrific behavior. It doesn't tell the full story of abuse, sexual assault, or human trafficking of Janelle Grant. Take a look at what the former WWE employees, pro wrestlers, and reporters have illuminated about McMahon over the years. A wrestling blog recently uncovered a clip of WWE storyline in which McMahon engaged in lewd behavior with a female employee and made light of sexual trafficking under his own daughter, Stephanie McMahon. Right? I disagree with this bit, you know. So but that's the key line, isn't it? WWE storyline. It's a bit like saying, you know, Quentin Tarantino is a really awful person because we've found scripts of his films that involve murder and rape and all that. And it's like, but they're scripts. They're storylines. What are you on about? If you've got loads of dirt on Vince, which I'm sure you have, right? I'm sure we're about to read some of this. We probably won't go through all of it, but I'm sure you've got loads of dirt on. Why do you feel the need to include storyline stuff? Why do you feel the need to do that? I just don't get that bit. I don't understand that bit. Why? No one would turn around to Quentin Tarantino and go, oh, he's an awful person. Have you seen the script for Kill Bill? The two are not the same. What are you on about? That, to me, immediately, straight away, makes me go, this is desperate. That, to me, is desperate. You're including something that's in a storyline. I struggled with that in the documentary as well. There's lots of that in the documentary. So, right. In 1999, former WWE wrestler Sable sued WWE. She was alleging sexual harassment and unsafe working conditions. When asked by Jay Leno about the complaint, Sable responded, "They were making me do things I did not want to do." Yeah, and then she returned. The documentary makes it clear that she came back to work for WWE. So she left, filed this lawsuit and everything, like made this big deal out of it, and then ultimately came back to work for them again. I mean, so that was included in the documentary. Oh, honestly, this is going to be annoying, isn't it? If someone says that there is stuff that Vince is guilty of and it's really bad, tell me it, right? The Janelle Grant stuff is horrific. Let's not get confused. That is horrific. But this stuff is petty. This is petty to me because you're including some of that storyline, which petty, and now you're including some which was in the documentary. This was included. And she came back. They showed the clip of Sable coming back and working for, like, as a character on camera for WWE again. So I don't know that can hold much water if she returned back to the company and that was her choice to do it. So I don't know if that's going to hold much water. Let's see what this third one is, or if this is going to be annoying as well. Mr. McMahon has generated media interest in decades-old allegations from Rita Chatterton, that was in the documentary, in which she accused McMahon of forcing to perform... Yeah, well, that was in the documentary. Did this say it was stuff that was not in the documentary, or what is this? Or is this just a list of everything, maybe? That one is in the documentary. Female wrestler Mercedes Moné said she left WWE because she didn't like the way that McMahon talked down to her. Oh, mate, I can't do this. This is going to annoy me. Guess what? An employee didn't like the way that her boss spoke to her. Nah, I'm done. I'm out. Listen, there's some very valid stuff in here. I've no doubt about that. The Rita Chatterton stuff is very valid. It is included in the documentary, though. Right, so it's included in there. And I just saw Ashley Mazzano as well. You know, let's not get it twisted. There's some very valid stuff in this. But this is why I just think, why are you mixing in other bits? Why would you mix in such serious stuff like the Rita situation, the Ashley situation, and then turn around and talk about something that was a storyline. Or then turn around and talk about Mercedes, who walked out because she didn't like the way she was spoken to. I mean, you're adding in my opinion, you're adding in just petty points to try and flesh out the actual valid points that you've got. There's some real valid stuff that's in there. But don't add in the petty stuff, because I just read it and I'm like, no. No. Just tell me the stuff that we really do need to know about. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, this is the game, though, isn't it? This is the game, because they are obviously lawyers and they are trying to paint a picture of what this man is like. So they're adding in all this context. That's the reason for it. It's meant to be context. But I think if you're someone that has followed this and you've got the ability to kind of differentiate between what is the serious stuff and what is just fluff, some of the stuff in there strikes me as being fluff, and that's quite annoying when we're talking about such serious matters, you know. Right, Dean, shout out to you, my friend. Days, have you heard anything about Jey dropping the IC title, going to SmackDown and helping Roman? Nothing at all, but there's no word or anything on that. I mean, to be honest, it was a massive surprise that Jey won the Intercontinental title. Massive surprise. I didn't expect it. I know that there was people that was hoping it was going to happen. I'm sure there was people believing that it was going to happen, but the general consensus was Jey wouldn't do it because of that Bloodline story and the fact that Bron Breakker had only recently just won the IC title, and the fact that Bron Breakker is someone that they see as like a big world. You can look at it and say, well, I understand, because now Jey has got something he loves and he treasures that can be taken away. And that can play into this next storyline really, really well. Really, really well. So Jey is someone that I think is in a really good position. It was a wonderful moment on Raw. People love that moment, and rightfully so. I mean, I love that moment because it came out of nowhere. It was really surprising. It was a crowd going crazy. I love it. It's one of my moments of the year, actually. I'm not saying it's the moment. I'm saying it's one of. You know, I think you can make an argument for it being, you know, right up there with the best Raw moments of the year. I think about The Rock and Cody. I think about one of those early CM Punk promos when we had Seth and we had, I think it was the same episode, actually, where, you know, I've never needed another man's name to sell T-shirts. You know, that one, which I believe was the same show. Well, I would put Jey winning the IC title in that same conversation. I would put Jey in that same conversation. So I think that we are really in quite an exciting place. I think that Jey will carry that title for a little bit. I would not be shocked to see the Bloodline cost Jey that belt later this year. I don't think Jey goes into WrestleMania with it. I would imagine he'll drop it before then, December, January, something like that. And I don't know, I mean, maybe Bron ends up getting it back, but word on the street was they had big plans for Bron next year. Big plans for Bron, like world title plans, but that might be the end of the year. So Bron could get the IC belt back at the start of the year, and then, you know, world champion at the end of the year type situation, so... Don't know, it was a surprise, but no, there is absolutely no word, no rumour, there's nothing at all, but... Carl and Don said, I heard Jey won the IC punishment against Bron Breakker. Won the IC punishment against Bron Breakker. What, Bron Breakker was being punished? I didn't hear that. What was he being punished for? Have I read that right? You heard that Jey won, it was punishment against Bron Breakker. I never heard that, so if you've got any deets, I would be very interested to know why that would be the case. Boom. Lisa, I think the series was a summary of everything in WWE. Then again, Vince was WWE. Would you say that the series met your expectations, says Lisa? That's a great question, Lisa. I went into it with an expectation, And I think that met my expectation. I think I went into it knowing it wouldn't be what I wanted, and it wasn't. But it gave me what I thought I was going to get, and actually at times a little bit more. What I mean is, the documentary I want is where we sit down with Vince and we ask him about the history of WWE, and we find out, what was your plan here? What was you going to do here? Why did you do that? You know, someone asked me if you could ask Vince one question. I love this question. If you could ask Vince one question, what would it be? And you have to think about the fact that he probably won't give you the right answer, right? Or the correct answer. So I'm sure some people would be like, is the Janelle Grant stuff true, right? Well, Vince is going to say no, isn't he? So, well done. You've wasted your question. So I don't think you can ask him anything like that if you could ask him one question, because you have to factor in he's probably not going to tell you the truth if it's something like that, right? I think in regards to WWE, though, there's not really a reason for him to lie. So if I was to ask him the question, who is the one person that you wish you could have got more out of? Who's the one person that you wish you could have made a bigger star or would have stayed a bigger star for longer? Realistically, right? You know, I'm sure he would have wanted John Cena to have been the face of WWE for 50 years, but that's not realistic. But realistically, you know, who would, you know, did he have real high hopes for Diesel? Does he kick himself over how he booked Diesel? Does he kick himself over how he booked Psycho Sid? Does he kick himself over how he booked Kurt Angle? Does he wish, like, if I'd have booked Kurt better, maybe Kurt would never have left? You know, I don't know. I don't know what he would answer. I don't know who he would say. So that would actually be my question. Who do you wish you'd got more out of? Who do you wish that maybe you'd changed the booking of and you'd, you know, retrospectively done more with? Or if you did invest in someone, you know, did you feel that you didn't invest more? Like, does he feel he could have got more out of Lex Luger? I don't know. Does he feel like Kane became a bit too silly too quickly? I mean, if you look at Kane in 97, compare him to like 2003, 2004, I mean, we're in a very different place. So I sort of feel like that would be my question. So that's the series I wanted. I wanted all of that juicy, we were going to do this, but we didn't. We were going to push this person, but we couldn't. I tried to sign this person. We couldn't get them. The original plan for WrestleMania 10 was this. The original plan for WrestleMania 17 was this. We almost, you know, people don't know this, but we almost went busts in 2005. Or I don't know, whatever, right? Things we don't know. Things that us as wrestling fans would be like, oh my God, that's fascinating. That is incredible. Wow. I wanted a 6-hour series where we do the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, so on, so on, so on, right? That would be the series that I would want. But I knew it wouldn't be that. I knew it would be a history lesson. I knew it would be, he bought it off his dad. Here's WrestleMania 1. Here's Hogan Andre. Here's the steroid trial. I knew it would be that. And it was that. So I went into it with an expectation. That expectation was met. The only reason that I said that at times it was exceeded is because to hear Vince talk about Benoit is fascinating. To hear Vince talk about Owen Hart's passing is infuriating and fascinating, right? To hear Vince talking about why they didn't buy UFC is fascinating. So for me, there are moments in there that are, you know, I mean, there's just a line where he's like, you know, Lex was okay, but he was not Hulk Hogan. To hear Vince say that about Lex Luger, to me, is fascinating. Because Lex was obviously meant to be the next guy after Hogan. They thought, we'll carry on the whole America thing with Lex Luger. And so to hear, and it didn't work, right? But to hear Vince say Lex was okay, but he wasn't Hogan, you know, that is interesting. And there's loads of that in there. He does admit as well that he was looking at Dusty, and we find out why it wasn't Dusty. So he looked at Dusty being like what Hogan became. He looked at Dusty. And basically, he went to Dusty and like proposed, I want to make you the man for this big expansion and whatever. And apparently Dusty didn't quite believe it was going to work. Dusty, I think at that time, you've got to remember that we still had the territories. I think if Dusty went to WWE and it didn't work, you're blacklisted, you're done. I mean, there is no way back after that. You've betrayed the territories. You've gone to the enemy and you've tried to make them like the company. And so it was interesting because the vibe I got was that Dusty didn't want to do that. I think he had a lot of friends. I think he had a lot of people in the territories that he respected. And I think he felt like he couldn't be the face of this new company that's going to try and take over the world. And so, but Hogan wasn't bothered by that. Hogan jumps at it. And how different would it have been? You know, imagine if it was Dusty that main events WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, WrestleMania 3. You know, that was the first guy Vince goes to, is Dusty instead of Hogan. Which I knew that anyway, because Cody had told that story before. Still to hear it from Vince. To hear Vince talk about it. So I really like that question, Lisa. Like, did it meet expectation, all of that? It was exactly as I thought it would be. But there were real moments in there where you're like, oh, this is fascinating. To hear Vince talk about this is fascinating. I said at the end, I think it's a worthwhile watch. I think if you don't know the history of WWE, you'll learn loads. If you do, you won't learn much, but you will get more context. I think hearing Vince talk about stuff is fascinating. And I think there's times that you'll be infuriated, you'll be angry. There's times where I think you will be nostalgic. And I don't think there's much in there that's going to make you change your mind. I don't think if you are uncomfortable with Vince that you will watch that and feel, oh, no, he's a great guy. You won't think that. But equally, if you love Vince, I don't know that you would watch it and then come away thinking that Vince is the devil. Because I'm sure you've already heard about the Janelle Grant stuff, so that ain't going to be a surprise to you. Maybe you haven't heard of some of the other controversies. I mean, maybe if you haven't heard about them, your eyes will be opened. I suppose in a way it just depends what you know already and what people are going to take from it, because I don't know what people know and I don't know what their opinion of Vince is. You know, if you've got someone that loves Vince and doesn't know much about WWE, they might come away with it completely different to someone that hates Vince and knows everything about WWE. Like, those are two very different people, two very different viewers that may come away from the documentary different, you know? So it's honestly, I'd say watch it and make your own mind. That's the best advice I can give, really. Definitely a worthwhile watch, I thought. Definitely a worthwhile watch. And one that I was really pleased that I had given the time to. And I'm really pleased it's out there, but it still didn't give me quite what I was hoping initially, which is when I heard they were doing a Vince documentary, I was looking for more of that here's some stuff you don't know, you know, which us as wrestling fans absolutely love. Right, Uncle Howdy said, Days, I see a lot of people saying that Tony's not handling this right. It is a business. They negotiated it whilst under contract, and they signed that contract. There's a way this could be done right. I think we've boxed that off. It's difficult because I agree with everything you've just said. There was a contract. They signed it. This is in the contract. If you get injured, we can add time on. You know, they will have read it. Hopefully they read it. And they agreed. And they signed it. And they got their money. And now their contract has come to a time of expiring. Tony has got the right to extend it due to time that was injured. It's in the contract. They signed the contract. I have no sympathy. But, you know, listen, morally, is it a good look? Is it the gentleman thing to do? I mean, WWE, it didn't stop them doing it in the past because we know Vince is you know, a businessman who's savage, cutthroat. He'll do what needs to be done for the good of the business. So it didn't stop WWE. But, you know, Tony, as we've said, holds himself to a higher standard. Morally, it's not a good look. It's certainly not a good look if you're Tony Khan and you are meant to be holier than thou. So I get both sides. I understand. I feel like I see the complete picture. But as a result, I don't share in people's anger at Tony doing this. And the point I go back to is that people criticize him for being too soft and for being like a pushover and being walked all over. And people have said, you know, he's not tough enough for this business. He's too weak. He's going to get walked over. They'll take his money and laugh their way to the bank. Well, now he's showing some teeth. Now he's showing some balls. Now he's showing that he's got a little bit of an edge to him. And now people don't like it. So, I mean, as I said, the guy can't win. So I would say, you know, make your own mind up. I'm sure you have. Make your own mind up on it, but make sure you've made your own mind up on it. Don't let anything I'm saying influence you. Don't let anything I say sway your opinion. You know, you've got the ability to think for yourselves, and that's what I do. I've seen what everyone says. I know that I'm probably in the minority. I don't give a flip. I have the ability to think for myself. I have the ability to look at the facts, analyze the situation, and reach my own conclusion. And for me, I'm kind of a bit on the fence with it because I see both sides, but I definitely do not share in the general anger that's out there. Definitely do not share in that. Because it's a business, dog eat dog worlds. You know, you're talking about having to make decisions to ensure that AEW survives and thrives, and that really should be Tony's first thought. Tony's first thought should be the survival and the thriving of AEW, and ultimately you have to make every decision that is in the benefit for the company, and that's what Vince did, and that's why WWE is $1 billion company now, and that's why he is a billionaire, because every decision was made to put the company first. And if you don't do that, then, you know, you can get into some very sticky situations. So, I don't know. It's one of those where you're going to hear a lot of different opinions. And they are welcome, honestly. I hope the chat is full of them. I hope the chat is full of them. But Jamie said, I feel somewhat sad for Shane. He wanted to contribute his ideas, but Vince, of course, is all business. What was your thoughts on their relationship? Yeah, we touched on it, but I think that I felt sorry for him. I really felt like he deserved better. I think that he is someone that there's going to be a lot of goodwill towards. Yeah, I feel sorry for him. I agree with you. I think he came out of that documentary looking really like a good guy. So honestly, I wish him the best. I just wish him the best, really. I really wouldn't mind if he went to AEW and replaced Tony Khan. I said earlier, I think that would be two birds, one stone. You get rid of someone that I think the fans have a bit of a barrier with someone that I think the fans, certainly after that documentary, could respect. So Corey said, since it's a hot topic, I'm gonna address it. No one mentioned Lucha Bros that they had signed. Was it hinted at? Yes, there were discussions. Nothing has ever publicly said from the company that they have signed. It seems like the dirt sheets and the people now are starting to turn. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, there was a report doing the rounds that they had signed. I mean, listen, guys, they'd signed. They were going to the main roster. Do you remember? Done. That's it. Main roster. Signed. Done. So it's kind of funny now that we're getting people coming out going, hang on, I never said they'd signed. What? Me? I don't think I said they signed. Yeah, you did. You did. Do you remember when you said they were going to the straight to the main roster? Do you remember that? I don't think I did. Yeah, no, you did. Pretty sure I put it in unseen, actually, because it was doing the rounds. And everyone was talking about it. Like, remember, we were talking about it in the chat. Do you remember? I don't think I did. I don't. Ah, it's fun, innit? Hey, the wrestling world's never know what it's going to throw up from day to day, do you? Right, Michael said, Days, I have covered Stand Back from Vince on the Power Drive album. Oh, really? It's a classic. They actually start one of the episodes with him doing that. That was at one of the late 80s Slammy Awards. They were trying to make Slammys like the Oscars, at this big stage, big evening, and like Vince doing a song. So... yeah, very good. It's a classic moment, that, isn't it? An iconic moment. Vince doing that song. Didn't they have like Hogan in the background on guitar as well? They had like wrestlers on saxophone and everything. We should do that at the end of the year, man. We did the Slammies this year at WrestleMania at like WWE Worlds. But wouldn't it be nice if we had an evening where we did an award ceremony? And like, you know, all the wrestlers turn up in their tuxedos, and it is like a proper event. Like, that'd be really good, really good. I mean, maybe it wouldn't do any views. Perhaps people wouldn't care. I think it'd be great. You know, look at like nominated. Like we look at the nomination. I suppose what the Slammies were. We look at the nomination, best match. Here's the nominations. The fans have voted for this, and it's like a proper award evening. I think that'd be brilliant, man. I wish they'd do that. Lisa said, I was surprised that they showed Vince in a Speedo. Also, did you see the look he made when his father put him to announcing? Yeah, I enjoyed that bit, actually. So they speak about how... I didn't quite figure out what they meant, though. They said that his dad put Vince up in Bangor, which is like at the north of the territory. It's like, obviously, for geography fans, really North America, and like north of the territory. So he was up there. I don't know that he was booking the show or if he was just sort of overseeing it, like making sure that it went smooth. You know, the wrestlers got there, the show happened. They never really said what he did, but like they said that he was kind of up in Bangor doing stuff, but I don't know what exactly. I mean, he might have just been a ring kid putting the ring up. I don't know. But yeah, eventually, like one of the announcers was like holding out for more money, and Vince's dad said, "You're gonna do it tonight." And then they had Vince doing announcing. So Vince was working in WWE from like the mid 70s, 76 or whatever. So he was working in WWE doing interviewing and announcing and whatnot, commentating and everything. And then obviously he buys the company in 83, is it? 83, 84? 83, I think. He ends up buying it. And obviously in the documentary, it was revealed that basically the money that the company was making was then being used to pay his dad so that he could buy the company. So it's an interesting arrangement where as long as the company is doing okay, it should generate money and profit, and that profit was then being used to pay his dad, right? Like, I'll give you this money. And that's how he managed to take the company, because he didn't have enough money to just go and buy it. He didn't have enough money to do that. I mean, he was born poor, and then he just had a wage off his dad. So he didn't have like millions and millions to buy the company, but his dad agreed to sell it to him. And that's how he eventually gets it, which is fascinating. And I saw people going, oh, you know, he was given it basically. But it's like, nah, he had to buy it. And I know that he was using the profit from the company to buy it. But had the company have dipped, had things gone sour and the revenue was not as good as it had been, had Vince have missed one payment, the agreement was that his dad got the company back and his dad kept all the money that had been paid up until that point. Like, that is not a stress-free situation to be in, is it? Like, that is respect, to be honest. Even in that situation where you've got to make these payments. Because if he didn't get the company and he lost all the money that he would have paid his dad. So I looked at that and I was like, you know, fair play. I kind of already knew that that was the situation, but I think to actually get it a little bit clearer to like what had actually happened there. And I think hearing him talk about his dad was fascinating. Apparently his dad said he loved him like the day before he died. And that was like the only time he'd ever said he loved him. And apparently his dad was quite a tough man as well. And Linda said she didn't think that Vince's dad actually wanted him to succeed. She was like, I don't know if he wanted him to actually make all those payments. I don't know. I think the way that Vince's dad looked at Vince was kind of like not so much as like a father and a son. It was more like, what's this kid about? It seemed a bit more like distant, a bit more, what's this kid about? Like, can I trust this kid? Like, it was not a father-son loving relationship. It was like, let's see what this kid can do. And, you know, if he failed, he failed. Yeah. Really eye-opening, that bit, actually. So, again, this is why I think it's really a worthwhile watch. And a lot of people have said it's, you know, the abuse he had at the hands of his stepfather, some sexual abuses in there as well. And the distant relationship he had with his dad, being told just once in his life that his actual dad loved him. Being raised dirt poor, raised, you know, in a trailer, and being like really, I think, damaged by that, you know. Who was? I think it was Paul Heyman that said, listen, he was born like in a trailer and he was born poor, and he basically works every hour of every day to make sure that he is never in that position again, and that he is untouchable. He you know, he doesn't want to be at the mercy of anyone, really, you know. I think when he was young, he was, because he was abused and he was poor, and he has basically spent his whole life making sure that that is not the situation he's in when he's older. So there is definitely, I mean, when you put things that way, you can sort of go respect, you sort of feel some respect. I feel like this documentary takes a few turns, because when they first start doing it, I think the documentary is obviously going to be very different to how it ends. So I think at the start, where they look back at his past, you feel some sympathy. But then obviously, the more you get into it, you get into the scandals. And by the end, you've got the whole Janelle Grant stuff. And, you know, that sympathy is gone. So it is a worthwhile watch, and one that you'll have to kind of make your own mind up, really. James, thank you. Said we missed some super chats. Let's see if we can jump into those. It's Carl and Dawn, or Carl, as I like to call them. For backstage problems, I'll try to find it. Wrestling Matters reported it. With Bron Breakker. Yeah, I would definitely be interested. I've not seen any kind of issue with Bron Breakker backstage or anything, so I'd be interested in that. But so, Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Right, Long Beach Hippie said YouTube TV is giving 21-day free trial. I just got an email. Change the email every 21 days. You'll get it free forever, just so you know, said Long Beach Hippie. I don't think we get YouTube TV in the UK, to be honest, which is a real shame. Because that, I think, looks really interesting. It's where you get like all the TV channels on YouTube. I love you. I'm on YouTube all the time, man. I'm on YouTube all the time. So I would be really interested in something like that. But I don't think it's available in the UK, unfortunately. Right. Word of Wrestling said, I wonder what his mom did. Because he had her backstage, and I'm confused about that. Yeah, I was confused by that as well, to be honest. Because they said that there'd been some like sexual assault that had been insinuated. But you're right, she's shown backstage, but then it's his mom. So I don't know. I don't know the situation there. I mean, I would have loved a Vince McMahon biography. I understand that maybe that's a bit controversial to say now. I don't know. maybe if someone wrote a book about him. There's some really good writers, actually, that have done wrestling books. I think it would be really good if they did a book on him, but I feel like when it comes to his youth, the only person that can really write about that is Vince, because he was there. And, you know, you're only really going to get, well, you say the truth. You never know if you're getting the truth out of him. But that's why, for me, I would like to read that. We are talking about the most important person in the history of wrestling. So for me, like this, he will always be a fascinating character. Even if he's found guilty about the Janelle Grant stuff and all the other allegation stuff, scum. He's scum, right? There's no two ways about it. Absolute scum if he's guilty of this, and it obviously doesn't look good. But he will never stop being a fascinating, noteworthy, important character in the history of WWE, or even pro wrestling for that. You know, he changed the industry completely. And there's not many men that have done that in the history of pro wrestling. So I think this is why, like, I'm really fascinated in, like, finding out, you know, more. So a biography, it's probably controversial, probably something you're not meant to say that you'd be interested in. I think the correct answer should be no, screw him. I want him to go away. I don't want to know anything about him anymore. I'm not like that. I'm like, I would like to find out more. I'd like to read about his history, because for me, he will always be an interesting, noteworthy character. Much like Hitler, I suppose. Hitler, I mean, you know, you talk about one of the most evil people that's ever lived. But again, you know, future generations are going to want to know about him. They're going to want to know why he believed the things that he believed. They're going to want to know about his upbringing. They're going to want to know about, you know, how he got into, how did Germany elect him? How did he get the power that he got? Why did the Germans allow that? Like, you know, people are going to have those questions about even Hitler. And Hitler's, you know, guilty for millions and millions and millions of deaths. So I sort of feel like these dark characters, these evil people, you can't just erase them because they are part of our history. And Vince is very much a part of pro wrestling history as well. So that's my take on it. That's my tuppence. Nando said the problem is that Vince said he had no regrets. So I think he probably says he doesn't regret any of the guys booking, like he said he didn't regret the screw job. That's true, Nando. I think, though, that he could still provide an answer of who he would have pushed more. He might not regret having not done it, but I think you want to word it in a way where he doesn't give you that as the answer. So I would specifically be trying to get a name. You know, who is the one person and guy or girl that you wish that you could have got a bit more out of? Maybe in retrospect, you look back and think, I could have pushed them more, I could have done, you know, a bit more. I mean, if he turns around and says no one, well, I mean, there's not really much I can do with that then, is there? I mean, you know, if he's going to take that approach, then I don't think you'll get really any answer out of him. I would like to think that if you can try and push him for a name, that you would eventually get a name. I don't know what the name would be. I don't know if he might turn around and say Dusty. I wish that I'd have managed to get Dusty earlier, or Harley Race. You know, I managed to get Harley, but it was right at the end of his time, really. And by the time he came to us, he was broken. Vader. I mean, Vader was a fantastic wrestler, but by the time he comes to WWE, he's broken. He's washed, you know? So, like, would he have said them? I doubt it. Would he have said... I don't know. I don't know. This is why it'd be a question I'd be asking. I mean, would he say Diesel? Would he say Razor? Would he say Hogan? I wish we'd kept Hogan. I wish we'd turned him heel. I wish that WCW had not done that. I wish we had done that. You know, that would be kind of the thing I'd be looking for. Whether I'd get the answer or not, I don't know. Right. Uncle Howdy said, Days, do we think Triple H will be interested in bringing back Sin Cara and joining the LWO, but not the Lucha Bros? I don't know, to be honest, because do you know what? Mystico, who was Sin Cara, is killing it in Mexico. If you look at the PWI 500, which I don't pay any attention to, but if you do look at it, you'll see that he is actually number 10. So Mystico, who was the original Sin Cara, has done a fantastic job. Yeah, so if you look at Sin Cara, he's done a great job, Mystico, down in Mexico. So I don't think he would. I think that boat has sailed, to be honest. Okay, hang on. We've got a few technical glitches. I'm trying to connect to SmackDown, and I'm just having a little bit of trouble. A little bit of trouble. But we should be able to fix it. That's the one I want. Is that the one I want? I don't want to stream on the exact same setting, otherwise this will get some issues. Okay, that's holding. Akim said, I live in upstate New York. It's a pretty nice trailer homes, and there's some beautiful motor parks here, says Akim. Well, you got to remember, though, but that this would have been in the 40s? Late 40s? When was Vince born? I want to say like late 40s, maybe. And, you know, dirt poor. So I don't know that we're dealing with lovely trailer parks and lovely trailer homes then. I think it was a very tough upbringing for him, to be honest. Mitchell said, let's just assume when King Yeti is here that free subs are coming. He's a good dude. He's not a money bag machine, says Mitchell. King Yeti is a good dude. We've got a lot of good dudes in the community. So, yeah, I know that those subs, gifted subs, are so kind. There's so many people that like benefit from those. So it is a lovely thing for him to do. It is struggling. It really is struggling tonight. I don't know why. Let's have a look. Can that sign onto anything different? Dave said, do we think that triple... Oh, we answered that one. Right. I don't know. Something... It's hard to believe who's telling the truth sometimes, says Raven. That is true. That is true. I mean, it's clearly not looking good for Vince. I really don't want to get it messed up that we are, like, on Vince's side and we're not believing Janelle Grant. Like, that's not the case at all. I really feel for Janelle Grant. I think that there's a lot of noise, you know? That is bad. That is bad. Bad. Okay, we should be going over to the show. It keeps crashing every time I'm trying to connect my internet, so yeah, I'm having a little struggle here, kids. I'm having a little struggle. Let's turn this up. Okay, so we have got TNT Sports starting. I don't know. Okay, we've done that. Let's go down. WWE's Marvel opening. We're in Oklahoma tonight. Bad blood is looming. Oh, Randy's coming out. They talk to me. Randy Orton making his way out. So Randy is starting the show. Okay, Randy Orton. Nice. Days, what's happening to the August Hall of Fame? There's nothing on screen for August. Yeah, Dork Knight won that, but I never got a picture. There he is. Dork Knight, did you send an image? I've been waiting for an image. I never got one. So I couldn't do anything. We are in the process of doing September. Voices on in, voices in my head. I paused the TV and I read the text. I suggest someone do that. He was not nice in the text, says Dexter. I wonder if I can use my phone. So Randy is making his way down to the ring. He's taking flipping forever to do it, but he's doing it. Days, do you inhale the devil's lettuce? Oh, I do that before every stream, but yeah. Yep. I don't eat anything else. I hear voices in my head. Okay, so Randy is in the ring, is posing away. We're 3 minutes into the show. I think I've fixed my problem, which is good, because that was distracting me. I don't know how you can hear with the earphones over your beanie, said Suzanne. Yeah, do you know what? I've just really grown to enjoy listening to it this way. The reason why I've never listened or used headphones before is because I hate having my ears covered and that, because then I'll shout. Like, I'll be like, you know, I'll be trying to compete with the volume. And I don't know, I don't like it. So to be honest, I like having my ears free. So this way, I just pick up a little bit. I can pick up enough to hear what's happening, but it doesn't cover my ears. So I actually much prefer it like that, yeah. I can hear it enough. So, Randy in the ring. Welcome to Friday Night Smackdown. I've been in the business a long time, and I can count the amount of people that I trust. Randy. I can count the amount of people that I can trust in this business on one hand, and guys, Cody is one of those people. Cody Rhodes agreed to team up with Roman at Bad Bloods. It doesn't sit right with me. Something doesn't add up. Oh, he's going to call Cody out. Can you give me that explanation? So Randy wants this explanation, and that's going to bring out Cody Rhodes. That's going to bring out Cody Rhodes. So Randy opening the show, Cody coming out. Kim's Chains, shout out to you, said Devil's Lettuce could be what AEW would call Will Ospreay and Ricochet if they ever team together, because they get high. That's very true. Jessica said, good, what are they cooking? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So we've had a long entrance for Randy. He's in the ring. He's basically said that he trusts Cody, but he still doesn't quite understand why Cody is teaming up with Roman. And that's going to bring out Cody Rhodes. Miss Clown says, oh boy. Imagine if Roman comes out, said Brony. Well, I don't think he's on the show tonight, to be honest. I'm not expecting him tonight. Cody is making his way down to the ring, and he goes over, he embraces a little kid that's got a Cody jacket on. Cody entrance attire. Yeah, they're just talking about legacy for a second there, of course. Quite the history between these two. I would imagine they will face at some point next year. Look at that. Little kid gets the belt put over his shoulder for a moment. That was a nice little moment. Kid didn't seem bothered, though. Very cool. Very cool. Right, I was hoping he would read William's Devil's Lettuce definition. Where is it? Probably been deleted. I would have read it. It's Friday night. Do you know what I mean? I think William's probably due a reading of one of his comments. But I think it's been deleted. Probably for the best. Oklahoma City. What do you remember? More specifically, Randy Orton. Randy. Big Randy chant. What do we want to talk about? You deserve an explanation. Perhaps I look a little bit of a fool teaming with Roman. Would you rather be a fool or would you rather be a coward? Roman looked me in the eye. He gave me his words. I like that. He gave me his word he would do anything to keep this title, and he wasn't lying then. Okay. So he's taking Roman at his word. He believes him. OTC chants. But I'm standing here with the Apex Predator. It's time for this rogue bloodline to be killed. My friend. I hope that's not a problem for you. Cody puts his hand out. Randy shakes Cody's hand. No problem at all. Unless you make it a problem. What are we doing? Kevin Owens is coming out. What does that mean? No problem unless you make it a problem. What does that mean? Big seed being planted here, said K-Dub. They shake hands. Yeah? What does that mean, though? No problem unless you make it a problem. So, Kevin Owens, we know that Kevin Owens was not thrilled. Understandable. Oh, God, said Wrestling Prouds. Oh, Kevin Owens didn't even get chance to talk. Didn't even get chance. Here is the new Bloodline. Jacob, Gorillas. I don't think we're meant to call them Gorillas, but I can't help it. And Solo. Solo with the Ula Fala around his neck. Bloodline with those tag titles. Jacob chilling at the back. Loud boos for the new Bloodline. Jacob would mess all three of them in the ring right now. He'd mess them up, wouldn't he? Kevin Owens, Randy, and Cody wouldn't stand a chance. So they're in the entranceway. Acknowledge me, says Solo, and Jacob can't do it quick enough. That hand goes straight up. OTC, 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 OTC. Loud OTC chants. You should trust Roman, because you're going to need him. The two men in the ring with you right now are not going to be any good for you. Oh, every time you tried to take the Bloodline down with these two, they've let you down. They can't stop us. Shut your mouth, Oklahoma. Solo speaking. And he is not happy at the disrespect. This is Roman's team at War Games, said JoJo. Okay, so he's saying these two have let you down. It's good. The only thing we need to acknowledge is that no one cares what you've got to say. Kevin Owens finally getting a chance to talk. Tag team match tonight. All right, Kevin's like, well, hang on, you've got your match. You're not involved. I'm talking about Jacob and Solo against me and Randy. So there we go. Jacob and Solo taking on Randy and Kevin later tonight. Actually prefer that to the 6-person tag, you know. What was Randy doing there? He was kicking the bottom rope. Okay, well, that's our main event tonight then. Lee, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome. Okay, so that's eaten up 16 minutes, and we're just having a look at last week with what happened with Bayley, Naomi, Nia, Tiffany. So it might be Bayley, Naomi that's going to be our first match tonight. Obviously, we need to keep our eyes peeled for any Pluto symbols or anything like that that's around. But just a recap of what went down last week. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, how would we book Cody's eventual heel turn, even if it is in years' time? Oof. Hang on. Yeah. They're still here, says Nia. Look at Tiffany. Tiffany's like, Nia doesn't understand. Oh, she grabs her by the throat. Nia, please. If this ends bad for me. Yes, more of this. More of this. Keep having Nia abuse Tiffany, and then when Tiffany cashes in on Nia, the place is going to go bananas. Classic wrestling, isn't it? Keep abusing Tiffy time, but then have Tiffy cash in. Look at that look there by... Oh, are they planting seeds for bad bloods? She was like... Wow. Let's go. Right, here's Bayley. Bayley making her way down. How big is Nia's head, says Akeem. Big. Lisa said, I thought the backstage footage of Montreal was interesting when people were livid about the finish. I'm not sure what comes close to messiness ever in WWE. That footage, I don't know if it was all of it, but most of it was from Wrestling with Shadows, which is a documentary about Brett that was being filmed at the time. And that is an Access All Areas documentary. So if you've not seen it, you've got to watch it. You've got to check it out. It's brilliant. They just happened to be filming as like we head to the Montreal Screwjob. I mean, it's an absolute gift of a documentary. The fact that they were following Brett's life at that time, and it just happened to be the time of the Montreal Screwjob. I mean, just a gift. So a lot of that footage came from that documentary, Wrestling with Shadows. So definitely check that out if you've not seen it. Excellence of Execution said that was very good. James said, did you see that Maggie Smith had passed away? I did, I heard, yeah. I mean, I don't really know a great deal about her. I know that, I've seen her on like interviews, but I know she was in Downton Abbey. I never watched it. I know she was in the Harry Potter films. Not my bag. Still sad that she passed away. Still a legend. Still someone that you would see on like Graham Norton and stuff like that, you know. So I'm aware of her, but I would struggle to think of a film that I've seen that she was in, other than like Harry Potter. I was made to watch those. So yeah, sad. But I don't. She's not someone that I can make out was like one of my favorite actresses or something like that. You know, she was in a lot of stuff which was just not really my thing. But still sad, isn't it? She had a good life though. 89. That's not bad, is it? Matthew said, I am going to go to my mum's funeral. Oh, I'm going to my mum's funeral last week. It's nice in Southampton. My brother was crying, got my arms, and I gave him a hug. Matthew, I'm so sorry to hear that, bud. I'm sorry to hear that your mother passed away. That's, I mean, losing your parents is like one of the hardest things that you'll ever have to go through. For most people, of course. I know not everyone has a great relationship with their parents, but For most people, it's, you know, one of the hardest, if not the hardest things you'll ever experience. So make sure you're looking after yourself, but that is difficult as it gets. And can't even imagine. I haven't gone through it myself. I'm sure one day I will. And I don't know quite how I'll cope with it. I don't know how anyone knows how they'll cope with that kind of a thing. So I'm really sorry to hear that, bud. Really sorry to hear it. And make sure that you're looking after yourself. You know, try and do something nice if you can. And, you know, it's hard. Really hard. The Titantron during Bayley's entrance had a botch, says Opulent. Did it? Well, that's something to keep an eye out for, as we said. Any little Plutos? Plutos are really what I'm looking for, but it might not be a Pluto. It could be a little, you know. Imagine if there was a little Pluto or a little something that showed on the Titantron. I didn't notice it personally, but I've got Twitter in front of me, so just have a look, see if anything's being mentioned. Nothing. No one's tagged me in anything yet. Boom. Days when you thought I was hacked on Twitter for being nice and supporting it made me chuckle, said James. Well, I just couldn't believe it, James. You know, I saw that and that was my first thought. I was like, oh my God. Something's gone wrong here. Right, Cardi B, here's to the streets and to my girl, Bianca Belair. SummerSlam, of course, is going to be 2 nights. Macca said, Days, I'm calling it a week early. Tiffy cashes in at Bad Bloods. So, Zach said, I'm 37. If I didn't have my parents or my lady, I would be nothing, says Zach. It's true. They say you are only as good as the people around you. So make sure you have good people around you. So, Kevin Owens, Randy Orton will be taking on Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu. Quite nice graphics, that. I like the graphics. Nice graphics. So, MXXS said, Days, I acknowledge you as our YouTube chief. My fiance bet me $100 that you would not read this out loud or answer his cue. Why do you always wear the same shirt and hat? The mommy wants $100. So, MXXS, shout out to you. That's really clever. I love that. I love the fact that you got bet $100 that I wouldn't read out your comment. So you wisely spent $10 to win 100. It's great. That's brilliant. That's perfect. That's a great way of doing it. So you've outplayed them. I love that. To answer your question, why do I wear the same thing? The honest answer is because I used to wear different, but because, you know, spoiler, this is a green screen. You have to be very careful with what you wear, because if you wear any shirts that have green on, then, or even certain shades of blue or stuff like that, it actually, like, you know, goes see-through, or it kind of doesn't look very good against the green screen. So you have to be quite careful with what you wear. So I started wearing, like, just I took out anything that had blue or green, or even sometimes yellow can also mess with it a bit. So I took all those shirts out, and then I wore a white shirt, and I think white, like, sucks light in or something, because it really started messing around with the contrast. Like, all of a sudden it just looked weird. Again, it's all to do with the green screen, because if you just have a normal setup, it's fine. But if you've got a green screen setup, it really messes it up. So all of a sudden, I couldn't wear yellow, I couldn't wear blue, I couldn't wear green, I couldn't wear white. It's a flipping nightmare. So I just went out and I was like, right, the one that looks the best, the one that always seems to pop the best is black, to be honest. So I just went out, I bought a load of black shirts cheap, and I was like, I'm just going to wear them. So I've got loads of shirts, I've got loads of coloured shirts. It's not that I'm just constantly in black in my life, but I need it, otherwise the green screen messes up. And actually, beanies, I've got like a grey one that I wear from time to time. It's not always black, but to be honest, I think I must have about 4 black and 1 grey. So I wear a grey from time to time, but it is in rotation. So you'll see me mostly in black ones. 'Cause to be honest, it's a similar story, really. I can't get away with like yellows and blues and whatnot. It messes it up. So it's a needs must situation. Can we just have praise for Naomi's Uno gear that she asked everyone, what shall I wear? And we saw the designs of it. And it looks like Uno was the winner. So for anyone that saw that on Unseen, you'll see that it is the Uno gear that was successful. So yes, MXXS, congratulations on winning your bets. And that definitely counts. I've definitely read out your message. And there we go. Thank you, Days. I'm now holding my $100. Yeah! Glad it was my first super. I'm really pleased for it. I love seeing that kind of thinking. Oh, I can win $100 if I get this person to read this out. Oh, super chat. Done. Brilliant. Love it. Kelly the Wise Lady said, I'm going to be back in a bit, guys. I am going to pay closer attention to things. Are you thinking there's going to be some stuff in the background? They accidentally put up the damage control logo on Bayley's entrance. Oh, that's what the issue was. So this was the issue, apparently. They put up damage control in the background momentarily. Right. Botch. They botched it. So that's what they did. So they botched it. Smackdown botch. I got the power, I got the pain, inside the rage, inside the cage. Lovely. Adding that to Unseen. Even though it's been seen. Botch. Who had the worst comeback? Andrade or Naomi? I would say it was... I'd say it was Naomi. I mean, Andrade, I think, had until this feud with Carmelo. But I think this feud with Carmelo's been fantastic. And I think people are really into Andrade and looking at, like, oh, what can we do? And we know when Charlotte comes back, that's going to be a boost for him. I wouldn't be surprised if they do a little something between them. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like Andrade is in a pretty good place. Naomi hasn't really done a great deal, has she, in all fairness, since she's come back. I mean, I don't know. I think she's kind of come back. She's kind of come back. If you think that she was a bit stale, and, like, so she ended up going with Mercedes, right? And then she did some great stuff in TNA. She came back, loads of excitement. She's kind of gone right back to where she was in my mind. She's kind of trapped in the mid-card again. So, yeah, I don't know. I would love for Naomi to win this, actually. I think I'd love for Naomi to go forward and face Nia, so... We'll have to see how it plays out. Jason said, I think this was Awkwards. So, yeah, Nia and Tiffany, it was Awkwards. But I think it was meant to be. But yeah, Russell Andy, you were saying, how would we turn Cody heel? That's going to be a long time for me. I mean, for me, you're talking 2027 probably. because 2025 is going to be Cody Rock. 2026, I suppose you could turn him in 2026, but I just think that there's a lot of feuds for him. I mean, I think you need heel Randy. So I think you're looking quite a long time. I mean, how would you do it? I would honestly have to give that thought, because I think there's lots. I mean, you could have it that he betrays a partner, obviously. You could have it where I'm trying to think of what would be the most satisfying. You want something that's got a bit of history to it, really. I was wondering if there was a way of bringing in Dustin. I wonder if there'd be a way of like bringing in Dustin. Imagine if Dustin comes in and has like a title match against Cody, like, you know, and Cody cheats in that match or something. I think it's got to have some sort of emotion to it. There's got to be some sort. You can't just have him cheat against Sammy or whatever. I think there's got to be some sort of background, some sort of emotional connection. That might be a really good opinion video, actually. Oh, Bayley planted by Naomi. Shoulder up. Right. I am doing okay, said Spartan. Hello, Spartan. Hope you're well. So, Bayley planted by Naomi. Driven face first. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." So the crowd are into it. There's been no outside interference at this point. Kick coming in there by Naomi. So we're 33 minutes into the show. Naomi is perched up top. Goes over. Is that a blockbuster into a pin? Oh, nice. Yeah, looking for suplex. Naomi really showing out here. Nice. Reversal by Bayley. Naomi goes chest first. Back goes Bayley. She's going to look to charge over. Goes, oh, a little bit sloppy there. Yeah, she tried to hurl Naomi into the corner, but it was just a little bit off. Again, kick out. Referee was Bayley was pinning Naomi there, and I don't think she really realized. Momentarily, I think Bayley might have been still thinking about that botch in the corner. Turns out she was actually pinning Naomi. She didn't even realize. She ended up kind of getting off Naomi. It was really weird. Oh, she went for Bayley to belly. Kick coming in there by Naomi. Naomi in the corner. Bayley going into that middle turnbuckle. Naomi climbing up. She's perched. Oh, roll through. Bayley. There we go. Bayley to belly. Connects. Naomi goes down. Bayley going to the outside. She's going up top. Naomi down. Bayley perched. Looking for the elbow. Connects. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Bayley wins. Bayley wins, and she wins clean. She's got a nasty bruise on her arm as well. I don't think it's from this match, though. Nasty bruise. Wow, it is a win for Bayley. Wow, didn't expect that. Let's go match score, shall we? That was the match I was most looking forward to. The only thing that I thought might let it down would be a screwy finish, and we never got it. So, really good. There's a moment in there where it just sort of loses its way a touch because of a little botch in the corner. But outside of that, really good. Really entertaining. Yeah, Naomi jumping out the ring. You can see that Naomi is disappointed. Yeah, she's really gutted, actually. So Bayley celebrating. Can we do something with Naomi though? Turn a heel or... I'd be down for heel Naomi. I'd have no issue with that. I love Bayley, but I wanted Naomi, said AB Jobson. Lisa said, it seems that maybe Thomas Triple got knocked out by Tony Khan after last week's horrible show. So it explains why he did not do AEW Grand Slam. They had 702,000 views. Yeah, I think it was below kind of what they were hoping for. Yeah, I think it was below what their hopes were. Here's Andrade. LA Knight. So we're backstage. Who's that boomer? That felt like a little bit of a moment, didn't it? Where we all of a sudden see this woman. You lost my respect. Oh, come. Andrade goes over to LA Knight to say, you lost my respect because you wouldn't shake my hand. Carmelo just nails LA Knight. Absolutely smashed him. Woof. LA Knight goes over these backstage trunks, these travel cases. Just walks off. Carmelo just walks off. Brutal. Hello, what's this? Oh, Big Bronson. Big Bronson Reed. This is going to be a lot of fun, man. I'm really excited for this. Bronson and Braun. It takes a monster to beat a monster. That's going to be great, man. That's going to be great. Handshake gate, said Wrestle with Andy. That's the best moment of the night, said Mitchell. Dark Knight said, didn't Solo lose 100 times? And look at him now. It's not always an indicator that they have no plans for you and that you are being buried. That is true. The only thing I'd say, though, is that people are really down on Solo being tribal chief for that reason. So they might have, you're right, it doesn't mean they don't have plans for you, but I think it does hurt for when they execute those plans. Like, a lot of people look at Solo right now as like a wounded animal. They don't really believe in him as a tribal chief. They don't really see him anymore as a threat because of those losses. This is why I scratch my head, because if your plan was that you was going to go big with Solo after WrestleMania, and they would have known that. They would have known that after WrestleMania we're going to go big with Solo. Why did they feed him to so many people and have him lose so many times in the build to WrestleMania? Why did they put him in that spot? Because all you've done is you've made him look weak after. So you're finally pushing him now and you're finally doing something with him. But to a lot of people, they're looking at it going, yeah, but he's a loser. He ain't no problem. We can easily deal with Solo. Everyone's looking at Jacob now. Everyone's looking at Jacob as the real threat, rather than Solo being the real threat. It's Jacob that everyone's worried about. So I completely agree with Dark Knight. Just because you're getting losses, it doesn't mean that they don't have future plans for you. They absolutely could. The only extra bit I'd add is, you know, it does still hurt. It is still an issue. Because in retrospect, I think they should have booked Solo much, much better. Much better. Certainly if they knew they were going to go this big. Edward said, Days, how are you tonight? I hope all is well. Just sharing some love. Told Matthew to keep his chin up. Yeah, very good, Edward. And I think that's... it's hard to know what to say, isn't it? To be honest, it's difficult because I think the truth is there's not really anything you can say. I think it's just it's just one of those horrible things that we all go through, that we don't look forward to going through, that is just impossible to go through, and everyone deals with it in a slightly different way, don't they? So it's difficult. It's really, really difficult. I don't know how you cope with it. I don't know what you do. I've never been through it. I've lost my grandparents, but I feel like that's different. It's clearly different. I mean, you still love them and everything. I was really close with my grandparents, but it was still different. You know, I think with old people, you know, they're gonna pass away eventually. But like, I don't know, with your parents, it's different. It's very difficult. Ellis Dub said, I'm honestly surprised that Solo hasn't had some segments where he brutalized a lovable babyface. It just doesn't tell us that he's threatening or show us or give him some wins. Talk Knight said, I agree. Solo doesn't feel authentic as the boss with those losses. I guess I see it as Star Screech trying to be the boss when Megatron is dead. Okay, I don't know what that means. Is that like a Transformer thing? Who's Star Screech? There's only one Screech I acknowledge, and that's Saved by the Bell. Okay, here's Carmelo making his way out. Carmelo versus Andrade. Tell you what, we've gone from one great match to well, I'm sure this will be another great match. I don't really have much doubt about that. Carmelo. Okay. Chili B said, is anyone else done with Andrade Carmelo feud? It was great, but now it's predictable. Yeah, I do think the predictable thing might be an issue, but then saying that, I did just expect that last match to be a draw, and it wasn't. So maybe we get a surprise here, but I would expect this to be 3-3 in favor of Andrade, I believe. So, right, we're just seeing last week in the big brawl. Right, is anyone else? Oh, we read that one. Metal Mama, I agree. I hate having to at everyone. I hope you're well, says Mitchell. Metal Mama, hello. Mitchell, hello. Here's Andrade. El Idolo. El Idolo. Okay, so here is Andrade El Idolo. El Idolo. Are they going to do another WWE draft soon? That would be nice for things to get fresh again. Not till next year. They did it. They did it. Oh, look at this. There it is. There's Missy. $100, baby. Love it. We don't have £100 note here, you know. So it's kind of cool. I don't know that I've ever seen a $100 bill. Quite a thick line down the middle, isn't it? That thing. Is it real? Have you double checked it? Might be doing you over there, but that looks sus to me. That big line down the middle. Just saying. Just saying. Right, here we go. We are underway. Why doesn't YouTube just introduce the reply button to individuals? Yeah, that would be better. They have done it for Super Chats, haven't they? But you are right. That would be better if you could just reply to people's comments. That would be better. Send them a suggestion. Oof. Andrade charging over, but Carmelo gets out the way. Zach said, was like 2005, 2006. Then in 2023, in front of my girl, she would take care of her. Zach, shout out to you. Opala said, anyone smoke weed here? I'm going to Amsterdam in 88 days, said Opala. Well, I'm sure you'll get some good smoking done there, bud. Right, we are going to commercial break. Lots of commercials. That one said 100% on Twitch. It can pin them so that you can see them if you step away with the BTTV extension. But that does not work for YouTube. William said, okay, Willie, it's time. You've got to summon all your wit and come up with a good wrestling comment for days to read. That was it, William. You did it, bud. That was it. That was it. That's all you needed to do. Just put a comment in when I was looking at the chat, and that's it. That's the secret, really. But draft probably be on December 27th. Now, there was a draft done after WrestleMania. So wasn't it like 2 weeks after Mania we did the last draft? They'll only do one a year. We have done a superstar shakeup before, but to be honest, I wouldn't be expecting another draft until after WrestleMania 41 now. But you might get the odd little trade or something like that, you know? Days, do you watch the England match? I caught the end of it. So, yeah, England played cricket today. They beat Australia 2-2 now. So, one more game to go on Sunday. And hopefully they can get the win the series. Lovely. Lisa said, Atlas made an interesting take that WWE imitates events in the United States in the Netflix series. It makes sense many years ago, but would you say that that is still true at the present time? Yeah, I would say so. What I would say, though, is that it's difficult now because I think back then you had everyone really focused on really only a certain things. I mean, there was only so many channels. There was only like the cinema. You know, if you go back to the late 90s, I don't know what the percentage was of people that had the internet, but it's going to be small. You know, it's not going to be any kind of major number. I mean, 20%, something like that, of people had the internet in their homes. I mean, I don't even know what the percent is now. I mean, I'd say it would be like 85%, 90%, something like that. So go back to 1999, go back to 98. I mean, we didn't get it until 99. And I think we weren't too bad. Like, I think we weren't early adopters, but I don't think we were too bad. So, you know, the point I'm making is there was no social media. There was no YouTube. There was no Facebook, Twitter. You know, even if you got the internet in 99, there was only so much that you could do. You know, there was loads of sites, but most of them were just sites for businesses that were dull. You know, there was chat rooms and email, but, you know, it wasn't the distraction that it is now. And we didn't have smartphones. So you kind of go back to that time, and I think being spoken about was a lot easier. Being like following where pop culture was a lot easier. I mean, what is pop culture now? It's so wide and it's so varied. You know, you've got TikTok trends, which WWE, you know, have partook in. But then you've got, you know, just stuff that's trending. You've got the Drake beef with Kendrick. You've got the Hook to a Girl. You've got NFL. Like, I don't know. It's just so varied. There's so much stuff. I mean, you've got gaming, you've got Twitch, you've got influencers. There's just so much, isn't there? What is pop culture in 2024? I mean, you can certainly name bits, like the Hook to a Girl, like maybe big film releases, like big albums, Taylor Swift, you know, things along those lines. Well, I look and I'm like, well, we've just had Cardi B announce SummerSlam. So that feels, you know, like a big deal. We're moving on to Netflix, Raw, because of the growth of streaming. And WWE was one of the first to embrace that with the network. So I would point at that as an indicator that they know kind of where they need to be. Cardi B being involved is obviously a big deal. Megan Thee Stallion providing the theme for SmackDown. That would suggest to me that we're, you know, still trying to appeal to people with, you know, kind of current artists. Word on the street is that we're done with Def Rebel and we're going to have more current artists doing theme music. So again, you know, that would be a change that might show that we're trying to fit in with pop culture. They were all on Family Feud not that long ago, the WWE superstars. They show up at red carpet. I saw Cody at like the red carpet for the Country Awards. There's a NASCAR that's decked out in NXT kind of covering. Like, yeah, I think they are trying. Oh, lovely double knees there by Carmelo. That was great. Shoulder up. But the problem is it's so wide and it's so varied now that it's hard to get attention, isn't it? Everyone's fighting for attention. And as a result, it's harder and harder to get it. But I do think they're trying. Yeah, I think they're definitely trying. I mean, listen, they've brought Logan in. He's one of the biggest influencers in the world, and they brought him in to be a wrestler on a consistent basis. They work with Bad Bunny. Double knees by Carmelo. Andrade up on his feet, against the rope, duck underneath, over the other side. Boom! Down goes Carmelo. Social media, smartphones, internet, they're just too much of a distraction, says Justin. We do need to go back to the 80s and the 90s. I'd love it. I loved the 80s and the 90s. Well, the 90s. It was a simpler time, man. It really was. But it was a great time. You're right, there wasn't as many distractions. There's definitely positives to the modern world, though. The access to information now is so much better. My knowledge of everything has greatly improved. I mean, I think actually as a species, we've become a lot smarter. I'd like to think that. Because our access to answers and our access to information is just so easy now. If you wonder something now, you just put it into Google and you get the answer on your smartphone. That wasn't the case in the 90s. You had to read a book. Carmelo. Oh, yeah, baby. 1, 2, shoulder up. Beautiful. Beautiful. Carmelo trying to put Andrade away, but not succeeding. And I think we're going to commercial break. What happened with the women's match? I went away for a few minutes and now a different match is on, said Scottish Nightmare. Well, it was really good. There was a little botch in there, nothing major, but it did seem to distract them for a touch. But yeah, Bayley got the win. Bayley got the win, but one of the other talking points was just before Tiffany being grabbed by the throat. So, by Nia. So that definitely was something which was a talking point. Days, Nikita Lyons has returned tonight. Oh, has she? She's someone which, you know, she's got potential, but we haven't really been able to invest in her because she's picked up an injury before as well. So she keeps getting in. She's a little bit like this generation's Tegan Nox. She keeps getting these big major injuries and getting knocked out for a period of time, but you can see there's some potential there. Days, are you looking forward to NXT on Tuesday? Oh, mate, I can't wait for next week. Next week is the kind of week that, as a wrestling fan, you really live for, because next week we have got massive Raw. So looking forward to that, because obviously Braun and Bronson and the Wyatt Six, and there's so much to look forward to with Monday. Then on Tuesday, the first CW show, I mean stacked. Julia is going to be in action, taking on Roxanne. I think, is it Trick Ethan week 1? CM Punk is, yeah, he's the guest ref, isn't he, for that? So women's title match, NXT title match, CM Punk's going to be there. We're in Chicago. It's going to be a red hot crowd. It's the first show of NXT on the CW network. Apparently rumors they're going to change the presentation. So like gone is the yellow and the gold. Now it's going to be like clean and metallic And I think it's going to be like the SummerSlam logo. I don't know if you've seen the SummerSlam logo. It's like metallic silver, shiny, clean. Apparently that's the vibe. So a rebrand as well. So Monday is going to be awesome. Tuesday is going to be awesome. Friday in a week, we've got the dumpster match. There's a ladder match. It's the go home for Bad Bloods. And then, of course, on Saturday, we got Bad Bloods. So we've got a PLE as well. So, yeah, so much to look forward to. So much to get excited about. Yeah, next week's the week, man. Right, we are still at commercial break at the moment. And we are just waiting to go back. Here we go. Lovely. I'm not going to vote for Mitchell in the Hall of Fame unless he pays me £50 that he promised for voting for him, said Kim Strains. Well, yeah, the members are voting at the moment as to who they want to be in. The Hall of Fame for September. I'm just looking at some footage for Jey. We'll have to watch that. It looks like it's kind of like fan footage, behind the scenes footage. We'll watch that in Unseen. Okay, so yeah, Nikita Lyons back. That is good news. Headbutt by Andrade. Carmelo goes down. Crowd are really into this. Here we go. Goes up top. Andrade looking for a moonsault. Lands. Boom. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Carmelo. Shoulder up by Carmelo. Yeah, he loves that, doesn't he? He loves that moonsault onto his feet into a standing moonsault. It's one of his go-to spots. Pretty much see it every match. Uppler said, I thought you was in your early 50s. Oh, no, I'm only 21. Only 21, buds. I think, to be honest, because I've worked in retail and dealt with a lot of different situations, I'm just wise beyond my years, really. And I think that's why people think I'm like in my 50s. So, no, it's fine. Easy mistake to make, but... did Michael Cole just call Andrade and Mello boomers? Oh, God, I hope he did. Andrade grabbing Carmelo. Carmelo with a takedown. Grabbing Andrade. Picks him up. Oh, lovely. Cutter. That was great. 1, 2. Oh, love that by Carmelo. Carmelo was like, yeah, as he was pinning. Oh, that was so good. He didn't get the 3, though. Oh, kick out by Andrade. He is him. That is how he lives his life. That's what Hayes is all about. Corey Graves said, would I rather be him or would I rather be a champion? So Corey sort of making out that you have to choose between them. Are you going to show off or are you going to be a champ? Carmelo wants to do both. Right now we got Carmelo up top. We got Andrade. He is looking for a superplex. They're up top at the moment. Big superplex. Oh, again! Into a cutter by Carmelo. Wow! Crawling over 1, 2. Oh, my God! What's it gonna take? In bananas! Yeah, that was great. Into a cutter. Looks so good. Holy shiz! Crowd are chanting. Carmelo back in the corner. Oh, man. We got another banger here. Got another banger. Carmelo going up. Andrade is up. Oh, has to roll through. Andrade. Ah, the back elbow! The back elbow connects! But Carmelo rolls out the ring. Oh, mate, that back elbow. So Carmelo saves himself. Goes to the outside. Referee is counting away. So Carmelo on the outsides. Here's LA Knight. So LA Knight is coming down. Oh, big boot by Andrade. LA Knight trying to get in the ring, though. He wants to get at Carmelo. Roll up by Carmelo. It's 3 wins apiece. Carmelo Hayes gets the win. It is 3-3 because of outside interference, really. Right. So we got LA Knight, we got Andrade arguing. What do you think about the match score? Oh, LA Knight has put his hand out. Is Andrade going to shake his hand, or is he? Oh, it's Andrade that walks away now. It's Andrade that walks away. He had a problem with that last week. He ain't got a problem doing it this week, has he? Hey, we got a little incident that I've just been sent. Which is kind of interesting. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Just talking about Solo. We will get to the point that I was making in a second. So what's this? A look back, is it? So they're just playing earlier. Okay, let's have a look what I was talking about. So here, look. So we've got this SmackDown graphic. And it says, tonight, Mia Yim seeks retribution on Piper Niven. We pointed that out when we did the official preview. Cheeky. Because obviously she was in a group called Retribution, right? Oh, hang on. We've just got Randy and Kevin. Here's Cody. Oh, I know there's a problem. We do need to talk, but not now. Kevin snaps at Cody. Don't come out there tonight. Randy. So Kevin has said, don't come out. Randy has said, come out. But there is some issues there, isn't there? Interesting. Okay, we've got a long walk there by Michin, and I don't know if there was anything in the background. I mean, there was lots to look out for. Honestly, I mean, my eyes are all over the place here looking at Michin walking backstage. I can't say that I saw anything, but okay. So, right, yeah, what was I saying? So, Mia Yim seeks retribution, right? Look who responded. Dijak said, seek this retribution, right? He's put, seek this ratio, sorry. He's put that because of the retribution reference, because that was a dark time for all of them that were in that group, right? It was a dark time. So, he's put that. And here is Piper. Piper says, you should seek the dirt sheets. Oh, wait. Now, this is a reference because a lot of people were confused when Dijak was released. And a lot of people were thinking that word came out. It might have been because he was feeding stories to the dirt sheets. He was the one that was telling Sean Ross Sapp and Wrestle Votes. And he was the leak, basically. I think that was proven to not be true, or I don't know if Sean Ross Sapp came out and went, no, there's nothing in that. But, you know, it was kind of the thing that was spoke about when he was let go. So that's a bit shady from Piper Niven, to be honest. So he said, seek this ratio. Piper said, you should seek the dirt sheets. Oh, wait, right? And then a little giggly face, right? I think this has worried Dijak, because Dijak's responded saying, brackets, it was the retribution reference. Me and Mia were in the group called Retribution. It was poorly received, right? So he's saying, no. I'm not having a pop at you, Piper. I'm having a pop at the fact that they used the retribution thing. Piper said, I know, I'm just trolling. And then Sean Ross Sapp went, hear me out. I think both of you should seek out the dirt sheets. So I was just trying to read that exchange as I was following it. At one point, like this bit here, I think Dijak gets a little bit like, I think it starts to get a little bit serious. But he's trying to like, no, he's explaining it. And she's like, I know, I was only trolling. So I was trying to read this situation whilst that was happening on there. And I was getting in all kinds of pickles, honestly. So there we go. That is the latest stuff that's doing the round. So it was Erase Your Mind that tagged me in that. So Erase Your Mind, thank you for distracting me. But I appreciate it. WWE on YouTube. What's this? Raw October 4th in South America and Central America. Is that true? Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not. It might be true. Except Mexico, as Fox Sports broadcasts it. Well, it might. I mean, so it might be true. It might just be on YouTube TV. So I don't know that. I don't know. Don't know about that. So, if anyone's joining us from South America, can you watch it on YouTube anyway? Because there is YouTube TV, isn't there? Right. Days, maybe halftime song, the Baby Shark edition would be interesting. I think it would. Right, let's go over to the scores. Where are we? We are 10 minutes past the halfway point. Hopefully we're setting up for something juicy. I think this has been solid. 2 great matches. But nothing quite mind-blowing. Although that Nia thing was quite big. 53% great, 29% good, 2% bad, 13 all time. So it's great. 66%. Oh, hello, what's this? AJ, what's this? What's this? This is still the house that AJ Styles built. What's going on? AJ Styles returns next Friday. Yes! It's going to be a phenomenal Friday Night Smackdown. AJ Styles returns next week. Let's go. Where's Mitchell? Mitchell's like a massive AJ Styles hater. So he'll be pretty down on that. Michin versus Piper. Right. Reminder that Toni Storm returns to Stardom tonight. She's going to team with Mina to take on Mayu and AZM. Mitchell, this is not a drill, said James. Mitchell said, I am so happy. I can sense some sarcasm there. Matt says, Days, when do we think we see Seth Rollins and Becky? Well, I mean, I think you see Seth relatively soon. I think he's just on a bit of a break trying to heal up. Becky, I don't know. I think she's in a really confusing stage in her life. I think that her kid is, you know, of an age now where she needs a mom. I mean, kids always need their moms, but, you know, when they're babies, they tend to sleep all the time. But now, like, you know, she's of an age where she is, I don't know that she's started school yet, but, you know, she's of that age where she's going to soon. And I think that's a real problem for Becky. She wants to be there for her daughter. So, like, it's tricky. So we've got Chelsea. She has come down with a trash can. Yeah, this was last week on SmackDown Lowdown. Piper walloping Michin with a trash can. Oof, smashing her face into the floor. Brutal. Why aren't they showing when AJ got squashed in 2 minutes against Omos? Do we remember that, says Patrick? Yes, that's true. Why did they only show his good bits? Piper charging into the corner, but Michin moves out the way. Let's flipping go. Are you going to say who wins the matches? Yeah, I think we have been, haven't we? I'm not aware that we didn't. So, yeah, right now we are underway with Michin and Piper. Michael Cole said to Chelsea, what's in that trash can? It smells terrible. She says, you smell terrible. Nice headset takeover there by Michin. Piper goes over to the other corner. Michin charging over. She gets caught. You're an Argued. Sent on, but Michin moves out the way. Piper crawling over. Michin getting back up on the edge of the ring. Chelsea on the outsides. Michin is confronting Chelsea. Piper. Cannonballs to the outsides. I've never seen trash gloves look so fashionable, says Corey Graves. Right, Days, the Brony LSW collusion problem is getting worse. They are going to attempt a coup within the next year. Be warned. Well, I mean, I will keep my eye on that situation, but to be honest, I have feared for a long time that it would be those two that would bring me down eventually. So just going to have to do the best we can, William. We're just going to have to do the best we can. So, yeah, lots of excitement on the AJ thing. Loads of excitement, which is understandable. LSW lives in America in a volcano lair. He has always wanted to overthrow Days. Yeah. That has been spoken about a lot in like various group chats and things, that there has been a plot for a while actually. But you know, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. If he brings me down, then I couldn't hope for anyone better to bring me down, to be honest. So Days gun to the head, and you can only pick one world champion, Kevin Owens or Finn Balor. That's a good question, James. I don't know. What do you lot think? For me, Finn Balor. Only because Kevin Owens had a run with the belt, whereas Balor hasn't. Kevin Owens has been like Universal Champ and he had a run with that title. And granted, I want him to have another, but gun to the head, I can't believe that Finn Balor has only been World Champ for 24 hours. And we've not been able to get him back up to the World Champ. I would have to go that way. Days, I nodded off for 2 minutes. What did I miss, says Fortnite. Oh, you missed where I turned around and said, can you send me a picture? Because I can't update the video in the corner because you have not sent me a picture. I don't even care if it's not a picture. Because to be honest, I am a little bit suspicious about the fact that maybe not everyone has sent me a picture of them. Right? I'm just a little bit suspicious. So, you know, I feel like that probably is Sunny, but it might also be like some spy from Russia. I don't know, right? I doubt that's Austin 316, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. So I'll take any image, whatever you want to represent you. I will take. But yeah, that's basically it. That's what you missed. Days, what if KO and Randy turn on Cody tonight after the match, said Macarise. That would be huge. Absolutely huge. Don't know that we would do that on a show where we're building towards Bad Blood. I think they're going to want you focused on Bad Blood. And the matches we've got there. I think there's a bit of a tease that there's going to be a problem. I don't know that that problem is going to result in a complete split and a complete breakdown at this point. So I would be shocked. Not impossible though. Not impossible. Right. We are back from commercial break. Drew said, who should AJ Styles feud with now that he's back? Well, I mean, the boring answer is whoever he wants, really. I mean, I think that it depends if he's going to be face or if he's going to be heel. I don't know what we're bringing him back as. And honestly, I'd have him at the top of the card. I mean, he's already had feuds with Cody, so we can't go quite that high, but whoever he wants. Okay, against the ropes goes Piper, crossbody, and Michin rolls out the way. Piper getting up to her feet, back elbow there by Michin. Another chop there by Michin as well. She's throwing in some strikes. Kick coming in, and again. Kick to the midsection. Boom, another kick there by Michin. She grabs Piper. She's looking to try and pick Piper up. Oh, crucifix! Crucifix, count it! Count it, you cowards! 2. Oh. She was right there, Jessica Carr. She was right there. She wasn't satisfied that both the shoulders were down. I don't know why they weren't. They looked like they were. Oh my God, kicks to the head here by Michin. Dudes, we don't tend to see that, do we? Kicks to the head. Michin, duck underneath, against the ropes. Gets caught. Oh, planted by Piper. 1, 2. Wouldn't make sense for Michin to lose this. Okay, kick out there by Michin. Chelsea on the outside. Oh. Piper. Gesture into the crowds. Climbing up. It's going to look to splash down on Michin. Goes for a splash, but Michin rolls out the way. Michin gets up to her feet. Charging over. Working. No. Reversal. Oh, driver. Wow. Michin planted 1, 2. Kick out by Michin. Nice driver there by Piper. Chelsea on the outside has got that trash can. I think, is she telling Piper to put Michin in the trash can? Is that what she's looking for? Piper grabbing Michin. Shot to the midsection there by Michin. And again, trying to get back into this. Kick go. Those kicks look a little slow and they lack impact by Michin. You know, like the Andrade spinning back fist looks brutal. Michin's kicks just look a little bit laboured. A bit too choreographed. Michin, was sat against the trash can, but it's Piper that goes into it. Big boot, Chelsea goes down. Piper trying to get back into the ring. Piper down, Michin goes over, looking for the pin. 1, 2, 3, and it's a win for Michin as we head towards next week. And that's a dumpster trash match, which should be really fun. Chelsea will be very entertaining in that match next week. Michin getting the win, giving her a little bit of momentum as we head towards next week. Trashville. Not Nashville. Trashville. Piper into her own poop can, said Corey. Crowd weren't really into that, said Brony. That's true. I sent a picture weeks ago. It isn't my head, but it is a picture. I don't want my face being used to get dates. No, I don't even need a picture of you. Just anything. You said you sent one. Where did you send it? Was it on Twitter, X, DMs maybe? I've got it open right now. I'll have a look. Well, I don't see it. I don't see it. I think you're just lying to look good in front of all of your friends. I don't see it. You explain yourself right now. Where was it? Tell me. I'll find it. Right. We've got a ladder. Because next week, DIY, Bloodline, Street Profits, Triple Threat, ladder match. That ain't gonna happen. I wish they were called Gorillas of Destiny. They're just calling them Bloodline. I'm frustrated now. I'm not ignorant, but I feel it, says Dortnight. But where was it? Just tell me where you sent it. Michin would be perfect for a mid-card belt, said Wrestle with Andy. LS Dub said that felt like a go-home match for this feud, because it's pretty much what it was. Trini de shiz not de fart said Days ignores me more than anyone, yet I never cry about it. I read you have been acknowledged, Trini. I have seen you, and you have been acknowledged. Actually, now you've said that, I do feel like I haven't spoke to you in ages. Hope you will. Email. Oh, yeah, I don't check them. Yeah, I could believe that, actually. Yeah, it could be email. Let's have a look. Dort Night. Well, I'll have to go through. It doesn't bring anything up for Dort Night. If it puts for search. Probably under, like, your civilian name, isn't it? Oh, gods. Did you just resend it? Dort Night, thank you. I do now have an image. Nice. Done. I can update that now. Oh my god, I'm so happy. We've reached the promised lands, kids. Thank you. Fortnite, if you want to change that at all, you don't have to. I'm just saying, if you've sent it weeks ago, if you do want to change it, then that option is there. It is there for you right now. Dexter said, like, if I'm on the West Coast and I want to watch the local news on the East Coast, I can load my YouTube so it looks like I'm in Maine. Gorillas are racist. Didn't you learn anything from Cornet? I don't think gorillas are racist. I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. You'd have to ask them. But that is what they were called in New Japan, the Gorillas of Destiny. Which is a sick name, to be honest. I don't think they can use it because of copyright. I'm sure that's a copyright that's owned by New Japan. So we might have to go with something different. But it would be nice if those two had like a tag team name rather than it just being Bloodline. Bloodline to me is when all of them are together, you know? For example, we had the Usos, but when they were with Roman and Solo, they were the Bloodline. So I think it would be good if we had the Gorillas of Destiny, and then when they're with Jacob and Solo, it's the Bloodline. But I'm thinking it's probably a copyright thing. William said, facts, people like me have an E-crush. No, Trini is the one. She has James Dean. She picked wrong. It's not my fault. Yeah. A lot of people are saying that Trini married the wrong person. A lot of people are saying that. Call them Camacho and his bro. It rhymes and it's true, said Kim Straight. Well, that's true. I watched the news in Zimbabwe. It's very interesting, said A.B. Jobson. Opala said, we want Hikuleo already. Maybe Hikuleo debuts tonight. Well, apparently he's going NXT, isn't he? That's what the streets are saying. Word of Wrestling said Cardi B is defo not PG. That's true. American Nightmare said, all this time I had no idea that gorillas were racist. You learn something. Oh, they're terrible racists. They're the worst. Honestly, they are the most racist animal in the jungle. And don't even get me started on the lions. Amin said, are you looking for Xavier Woods versus Rey Mysterio this Monday? No. And Kofi Kingston against Chad Gable. I think they'll both be decent matches, yeah. I mean, I'm more than the matches, I'm probably more into this, what's happening with the New Day situation, you know? It's probably more to do with that I'm interested. I think, like, Xavier against Ray, it doesn't really have much heat there. I know there was a little argument backstage, but, you know, I'm sure the match will be good, but, like, there's not really much behind it. Really, that story is about what's going on with the New Day. Are they going to split? I think they split. I think they'll split on the 10-year anniversary, you know? So yeah, I'm looking at that thinking that is where we're heading. I'm quite excited. If we are splitting, then that is going to be a big deal, man. New Day have been together for like 10 years. So a proper split. I know that Big E left and that was a big deal, but a proper falling out would be, I'd be down for that. Not everyone wants it. A lot of people just want them to maybe part ways, but I don't know. Give me a big explosive finish, you know? I always look for that, in all fairness. Nothing like a good explosive finish. Lisa said his Travel's eligible for the Hall of Fame. After all, he is a multiple-time toy finder, and he is host of the Wrestling Days pods, and he does have a girlfriend somewhere. I think she's in prison. Hello, look at all the signs. Yeah, basically, if you're a member of the channel, you get to vote. I mean, and the top 4 or 5 with the most votes goes in the poll. I mean, that's as simple as it works, really. So, yeah, Tommy would be eligible. But I think it would be nicer if it was like a community member, you know? Tommy does jump in from time to time into our chat, but I don't know, it's up to people, innit? It's up to people who they vote for. We're taking ATL by storm next week. So we got Bianca, we got Jade. Here's Naomi. Here's Bayley. You ain't sorry. You deserve this. We'll run this back one more time. Bayley says, okay. Okay, so there is no bad blood, apparently. Let's look at Naomi. Yeah, okay. She's still smiling. I think it's okay. Is she? Oh, it's Tiffy. You'll have the perfect view of Nia destroying Bayley. So Naomi said, what'll cheer me up is if I beat up Nia's sidekick. So she's going to try and make a match between her and Tiffany for next week. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Let's go. Okay, so main events. Naomi has Steve Harvey teeth. Okay. Is anyone else's sound off on the USA channel? Oh, I don't have that. What's this from Chelsea?
Carrying photo ID. You know why?
Don't know. Don't know. Days, is the dumpster match next week? It is, yes. I mean, it is. Okay, Days, did you see Bivol's ex exposed that he's got injuries? No, I haven't been paying it any attention, to be honest, because I'm not covering it. So, because I can't do it, it's like my attention is on things that I can do. So, no, I didn't, no. I actually don't know who wins that fight. Drew said, I tried watching a stream that Tommy did when you recommended him. I couldn't watch it. Has he always been that monotone and dry? Are there others that you would recommend if you aren't available? Drew, I don't watch anyone because I'm always streaming at the same time. So, no, would be my answer. In regards to Tommy, I can't comment on his streaming style. I mean, what I would say is that Tommy has always been unique. But that's what drew me to him. Certainly with his toy hunts, at the time, there was a lot of people doing toy hunts that were just like, guys, check this out. This is awesome. I'm loving this figure. This is brilliant. Like, you know, you get these accessories and all of that. And so you'd watch it and it'd be fine. It'd be informative. But then you'd have a Tommy toy hunt where he'd be like, guys, how you doing, guys? And it would be wacky. It would be wild. It would be entertaining. It would be nonsense. But, I mean, you certainly felt like you was watching something, you know? So for me, like, Tommy was a big inspiration for me and for the channel. I've said that before, like the two people that really inspired me was Grim and Tommy. Those were the two that inspired me when I first started. Because they really were doing things to the beat of their own drum. They were really doing things that was different to everyone else. If you watched other videos, it was very informative, very straight-laced, very to the point, and they were just off doing their own thing, you know? So, I mean, when it comes to him streaming, I don't know. I can't comment. I mean, it's a different beast, to be honest, streaming. It's hard because, like, with streaming, you're in the moment, aren't you? And the problem is that you have to go live when the shows are live. And I would say it's a real challenge because, like, if I do a toy hunt, I can choose when I do it, right? So if I want to do a toy hunt, I could be like, right, I'll do it on my day off. And I'm going to choose a time that's best for me to do a toy hunt. So I'll do it on a day off. And I might not edit it straight away. I might edit it the next day, or I might edit it a few days later, right? But I'm going to edit it when it's good for me, right? And when I'm in a good mood and, like, everything's good. And so the end result that you get is what you get, you know? You're going to get something that's, like, really fun and positive and all that kind of stuff. I tell you, it's a real challenge when you do streaming because you don't get to choose anything. You know? You don't get to choose, like, you are live when you are live. You might not be having a good day. You might not be in a great mood. There might be some stuff that you're a bit worried about that might be playing on your mind. But at the end of the day, when it's time to stream, you go live, you know? It's hard. It's really hard. Like, I think that's something that I didn't consider when doing streaming is that, yeah, actually streaming, talking to people about wrestling, that's awesome. Love it. Like, wouldn't change it for the world. But there's going to be times where you just don't feel like it. There's going to be times where you're, like, drained and you're low on energy, or you got things on your mind, or you just don't feel like you're in the right headspace, you know? I'm quite fortunate. I mean, I'm really fortunate in that because I don't have to work as well. I mean, Tommy works, you know? So, I mean, I couldn't even imagine that. Imagine being at work all day and then coming back and then trying to stream. I mean, your energy levels after you've been at work all day are pretty much depleted. So then the idea of trying to stream after that, I'm fortunate in that I can sleep and, do you know what I mean, get myself really, build myself around the streams. So, you know, hand on heart, I'm very fortunate in that it's very rare for me to not feel like streaming. Very rare. But there's times. There's definitely times. There's definitely times where it's, you know, not that easy. And so yeah, I can't comment about his streams. I think that it's difficult, to be honest. I think it's a lot harder streaming than doing like those types of videos because you've got more freedom with those videos. So I would say, like, is he dry? His humor can be dry, yeah. His humor can be dry, but his videos, his toy hunts are always really outlandish and really fun. But as you get older, things change. And streaming is a completely different presentation style, isn't it? It's a completely different thing. So he is definitely a massive influence to me, and a bona fide YouTube wrestling goat in my mind. So yeah, he is definitely someone that I would always recommend. But I could understand if you watched and you were like, yeah, I just don't think this is quite for me. I could understand that. It's hard. Streaming's hard. This is what I do is really hard. Harder than, like, you know, being a fireman or anything. So really hard, man. Days, I believe that Kevin Owens and Randy are going to turn on Cody, says Joshua. Yeah, we could do, but James said, Days, if you could only choose one wrestler to be a women's champion again, who would you have? From the past, but they're still in today's division. Any woman champion from the past, but they're still on the roster now. Women's champion. Well, there's two names that come to mind. First is Natalya, because I don't think she gets anywhere near the level of respect she deserves. She's a heart. She can really wrestle. I think, honestly, she is a lovely person, but I don't think she's the most charismatic. And I think that has been a barrier for her. It's a shame, really, because she's a you know, a heart. I mean, she can really go. she can tie anyone up in knots in the women's division. So I would love for her to get like a WrestleMania moment, you know? So Natalya for me would be a name that comes to mind. Another name would be Asuka, because I feel like she's, what, 43 now? I feel like she's pretty much done. I mean, there's maybe a couple of years left. And I would like for her to get one more title run, you know? But it be a really good... You know, like how Roman has just had the title run that has defined his career? I would love that for Asuka. I would love that for Asuka. For her to get that main roster title run where she has banger after banger. She carries the belt for a while. I would love that for her. So, I'm kind of torn on both, really, to be honest. Kind of torn on both. But they can stop milking this same Roman Cody vignette. We get it. It was cinema, says LS Dub. Oh, he's turning, guys. He's flipping turning, isn't he? William did warn me that he would try to take the stream over at some point, and I think we're just starting to sense now a little bit of bad attitude slipping in there from LS Dub. That's disappointing, to be honest. But to be expected. Okay, Kevin, Randy against Bloodline. This is going to be our main event of the evening. We just need to get the scores for that last match. Piper versus Michin. It was good 55%. Great 22. All-time 16 and bad 5. Let's go. Main event time. What time is it? Oh, we've only got 17 minutes. Well, it has gone very quick, this show, you know. It has gone very quick. Something about this match feels fishy. LS Dub has been hanging around me and William for far too long, says James. I agree. He's turning. Kim Strain said, I know this might be a stupid question, but does the live audience hear the commentary? Oh, that's interesting. Cubs fan spotted the Wyatt door thing in the background. We've seen that before. It's a good spot, though. Very good. Okay, we are underway. Kevin is in there with Jacob. Days, how's the negativity recently? Hello, negative Nigel. How you doing, buds? Don't feel like I've seen you in a hot minute. Hope you're well. Negativity is high, as always, but keeping it real. Right, we are underway with this one. Randy just having a little word there with Kevin. Asking for the tag. Randy. Tag is made. Here is Solo looking over at Jacob. And the tag mates. So in comes Jacob. Jacob looking over at Randy. Jacob versus Randy, man. Let's go. What a match. Jacob versus Randy. Trini said, my dog, I am the same amount of messages I delete because I know it's way too mean. True but mean. See, Trini, this is why we don't read your comments, because they don't make any sense. Zoom Station said, KO is dressing like the Bloodline. Ooh. Red and black. Lisa said, Days, we need Giovanni to give this show a sprinkle of excitement. Giovanni, they've used him, then he had a week off, then they used him, then he had a week off. I wonder if we see him next week. Misfits were pretty good. What was it like? Sensational Sherry in it, says Akeem. There is a Sherry belt, isn't there, that's coming into Reality of Wrestling. That got shown off on Booker T's podcast. Apparently there's going to be like a battle royal or something for the female talent. And the winner gets a Sherry Martel belt. Whoa! Jacob slammed on the table. Wow! Jacob was slammed on the commentary table and he pops right back up. Right back up. Randy slams him again. Jacob gets up again. So Randy slams him again. Jacob again trying to get back up. Randy's quite happy to just continually keep pounding Jacob into the commentary table. Now he grabs Solo. Boom! Solo gets only took one for Solo. Jacob slammed multiple times, but it only took once for Solo to stay down. Little things like that really make Solo look weaker than Jacob. I don't know if that's done on purpose, but it's just all those little moments that just make Solo look that little bit weaker. But that was good. I loved how he popped back up again. That was really good. Commercial break, said Wrestling Fan. It is indeed a commercial break. I hate Miami, said Corey. There is a guy in the audience on the front row with my team's shirt on. Days, your streams are fun and I love the content, said Amin. Amin, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. We do try. I don't think there's been loads on this week's show for us to get like crazy about, to be honest. I feel like it's been missing like big moments. So that does always make it a little bit trickier. But it doesn't matter. Next week looks so good. Honestly, I know I keep saying that kind of stuff like, yeah, next show looks good, next show looks good. But I did say at the start, this show looks all right. I wasn't making out this show was going to be anything amazing because it didn't look like it was going to be amazing. Next week does. I think next week looks amazing. Hard to be down on Braun and Bronson. Obviously, we don't know quite what's going on with the Wyatt Six, but so I'm interested in that. NXT is going to be amazing. First show on CW Network. Next week, SmackDown looks really good. And, of course, we've got Bad Blood as well, so let's go. Next week. Chicago White Sox have now got new records. They lost 39 to 121. Negative Nigel said the last time I watched a stream was Mania 39, so you could say it's been a while. Oh, really? Mania 30? That was a long time ago. My God. Well, we're still here. We're still here, Negative Nigel. And we're still keeping it real, my friend. So welcome back. Kim Strain said, Days, did you get my cake tweet? As the phone case folder is suspended, you might do a cake or food folder. Well, I may do. It really depends what else we get. I mean, my goal is to do Unseen for like 20 minutes. So to be perfectly truthful, when it comes to those kinds of things, if it already looks like we've got 20 minutes of like content, then it'll probably miss out. But you are right. The fun phone case folder, I think it had run its course, to be honest. But I also think the fact that we put in someone that was a cosplayer just says to me that we'd lost our way. We had lost our way. Will there be a cake or food folder? Who knows? Who knows? Until I look at what's in the folders. I mean, what I would say is it's probably harder on a Monday night or well, it's impossible on a Monday night because we normally do a Wyatt 6 video. Tuesday nights are difficult because there's 2 days worth of stuff. And a Friday night's a bit difficult because we've got all the stuff from SmackDown. So I'd say the easier days to get into Unseen are like on a Sunday and a Wednesday. Those are probably the easier days. A Wednesday night, a Thursday night, a Sunday night. But I don't know, we'll have to see. Days, do we think the Netflix show will be the last we ever hear of Vince? Do you think he won't be mentioned again? Well, it depends how the trial goes. If for some reason he's found innocent, or if for some reason there's a payoff and he doesn't, if he doesn't get found guilty, then there might be a bit of a kind of an attempt to try and clean up his reputation a little, maybe. I only say that because the history of WWE, you can't separate it from Vince. So if he's found innocent, or if he is found in some way to not be guilty, like there's a some sort of an agreement out of court, like say he offers a 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, you know, hey Janelle Grant, here's 50 million to drop the whole case, and she takes it and they settle. At that point he's not found guilty, and I would wonder if at that point they would try to present him in a better light. Not present him in a better light, but, you know, like how we've tried with Hogan. We all know about what Hogan said, but we still, you know, Hogan's under a contract right now. We haven't got rid of Hogan. I know what Vince is accused of is more serious, but if he's not found guilty, I mean, listen, if he's found innocent, that's completely different ballpark, innit? If he's found innocent, that's completely I mean, it's hard to imagine that. But if they settle out of court, I don't know. I don't think they would want to go back, but if there's a way of rehabilitate, I wonder if they would look at it. Don't know. There's not really a reason, though, is there? There's not a need. You can just move forward. You don't have to. So, I don't know. My answer is, it really depends how the case goes. That's my answer. I don't think it's as easy as yes or no, because I think there's things that are depending on it. I think Roman is going to be on SmackDown next week, said Amin. No, coming back from McMahon, far too serious and crass, said. I agree in the court of public perception is done, but what if it turns out that those tweets were role play? What if it turns out that they were just fantasy between the two of them, and that actually a lot of those acts either didn't take place or she engaged in them willingly, and a court finds that to be the ruling? Would that shift public perception a little bit? I genuinely don't know. It's hard to believe that's what's happened. It's very hard to see him being found innocent. But, you know, I'm trying to see how could he be found innocent. And that's a couple of ways that people have theorized may result in the case taking an unexpected turn, you know. But it's hard to see that happening, and it's hard to see that being what actually happened, you know. Probably the more likely is that he pays 50-odd million and tries to settle. I don't think she'd accept it, though, because she's been very vocal about wanting the truth to come out, so it wouldn't be a good look if she took a load of money instead, you know? So, I agree. It looks like there's no way back, and I've got to think there is no way back, but crazy stuff keeps happening, doesn't it? Here is Randy looking for a draping DDT. Gets it. I'm pretty sure he's under federal investigation. He is, yeah, he is. I still think he will be back. Won't matter. They play a story on it, said Dexter. Randy is down. Randy behind Solo. Jacob popping up. Boom, Samoan drop. So, how long have we got? We got 5 minutes. We're right at the business end of this thing. Okay, Randy up. Solo. Oh, top rope pulled down. Solo goes to the outside. Kevin climbing up those steps. Edge of the ring. Reaching out. Randy looking to come over and make the tag. Tag made. Kevin charging around the outside, collides into Solo, collides into Jacob. Kevin Owens looking out at the fans. Sent on by Kevin. And again. Kevin getting back into the ring. Kevin is up, and a big splash there by Kevin on Jacob. Kevin screams out to the crowd. Solo grabbing Kevin. No, kick there by Kevin. Solo goes down. Kevin climbing up, perched up top. Oh, Swanton comes down on Solo. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Amin said, should we focus on what's happening between New Day on Monday? Everyone's going to talk about that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we are. Here we go. Here's Bloodline. So Bloodline have come down. Uranagi by Solo. 1, 2. Kick out there by Kevin. Now, what is Cody going to do? Kevin told Cody, don't come down, but then Randy said to come down. So Cody's coming down. Here he is. Into the barricades. Shots coming in. Tama Tonga dealt with. Tonga Loa being dealt with. Boom! DDT there by Cody. Tama has got Cody. Cody throws Tama into the ring. Here's Randy. Randy behind Tama. RKO connects! RKO! Super kick there by Jacob. Jacob through the ropes. Goes into Cody. We've got a lot of moving parts here. Solo. Misses. Stunner. Connects. Oh, referee goes down. Cody knocks into the referee. Cody knocks into the referee. Kevin was about to get the pin. Super kick there by Jacob. It's going to go that way, innit? Cody has cost Kevin the victory. 1, 2, 3. Solo pins Kevin. Bad situations have just got worse. It's all a bit awkward. It's all a bit awkward. What's going to happen now? Cody has cost Kevin. Kevin is going to be absolutely livid. He specifically told him, don't come down. Look, Cody goes over to Kevin. Kevin pushes Cody. Kevin pushes Cody. They're getting at each other. Here's Randy. Randy getting between them. Oh, Randy gets pushed. Kevin is losing it, man. Kevin is losing it. Look at Solo pointing. Oh, trouble in paradise, man. Trouble in paradise. Randy trying to get between them. I think that he's going to embrace him. He does embrace him. Okay, okay, okay. Show comes to an end. Things are definitely not okay. Definitely not okay. Oof. Right, let's go match scores. Match scores. We need to get people's scores for that main event. What did you think, kids? Hope everyone has a wonderful day and Smackdown. Jaden, shout out to you, buds. Cody Club is fine, says Mayor Pete. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, more like RKO, said Cleveland Brown. But are you watching Joker 2 next week? Nah, it's a musical. Sing songs in it. I'm alright, thanks. King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. King Yeti doing King Yeti things. Firing in 10 gifted memberships for people, which is just so generous. People so appreciate it. They really do. So, King Yeti, you've made yourself a goat of these streams with your generosity. So big shout out to you, my friend. Firing it, and I think have people gobbled them up? Let's have a look. Yes, they have. Who benefited? Albion beats Justin. William. William's like, I'm having that. Geordie. Dexter. Joe. Jamie. Callie. Dakek. Shout out to all of you guys. Straight in there. King Yeti dropping some generosity. And like pigeons around some discarded bread. It's all pecked up. So, yeah, King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. Trini says, KO isn't turning this time. That's always been the swerve. He will seem like the one that's going to turn, but it's Randy, says Trini. It's Randy. Dean, shout out to you, my friends. TJ said, am I the only one that doesn't want to see Kevin go on a heel run? I think people are just like a bit, not down on Kevin, but like they want better for Kevin. They're so tired of Kevin always coming up short, you know? Going up against Cody, comes up short. Goes up against Roman, comes up short. Just, I mean, he can get the tag belts, but that's about it, really. People, I think, want him to succeed, be a champ again, like a world champ, you know? And honestly, if it means having to do it by being a heel, then so be it. So I don't know. I don't know that it's people that are desperate so much for him to be healed. They're just desperate for him to succeed, really. That's how I read it. So we'll have to see. We will have to see. Days Randy was hearing voices while stopping Cody and Kevin. He normally does. Ellis Dub said 6.5. It was a solid little show, you know. Solid little show. Cody wouldn't turn heel if you sexed Brandy and sold his... If you sexed Brandy and sold his dog, he still wouldn't turn heel, said Zoom Station. KO deserves another title run, in my opinion, says James. Amin said, Days, NXT was not on the second channel last week. NXT was not on the second channel. What's that? What does that mean? NXT was not on the second channel last week. I don't know what that means. It's on the CW channel, if that's what we're talking about. It moves this week. It's going to be a big week for NXT. Charles said it was a solid show. It had its moment. Wrestling Proud gives it an 8. Trini says, on the hilarious note from Zoom Station, I'm out. Trini, it was lovely speaking to you again. Stay strong. I like seeing Kevin fight with LA Knight, said Akeem. Philip gives it 6.5. Overall, this week's SmackDown was okay. I'm going to give it a D+, said Blue Will Sonic. Spartan said, Days, this is why King Yeti is the pound for pound GOAT. A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying that, Spartan. Amazing Spider-Man as well, said Word of Wrestling. Aaron, hello. Lurking in the background, giving it a 7. 8 out of 10, said Calvin. What I'll do, Joe gives it an 8. What I'll do is I'll get the score 7 for John. Obviously, we put all our thoughts and scores on the second channel in the review video. So I'm going to run off now and ask for your feedback, ask for your comments on Twitter. I'll work on the unseen video as well, get that out in the next hour. And we'll get an opinions video up as well. I'll try and get that up as soon as I can. But yeah, listen, this week was what it was. Didn't have high expectations for it, but listen, the first 2 matches were really good. And nice little thing at the end as well. The Nia grabbing a hold of Tiffany, that was good. Like, there was definitely some moments here. Definitely some bits which were entertaining. I didn't think the show was a struggle to watch. So, yeah, fine. Not exceptional. Not a show that I'll ever revisit. But we move on. And we move on to something which I think next week's going to be really good. 3 teams battling in a ladder match. Let's go. And that dumpster match is going to be so wildly entertaining. I'm really here for that. Plus, it's the go home episode, so I don't know if Roman's on next week or not. But either way, lots to look forward to. And of course, NXT, as we keep talking about, and Braun Bronson, and Wyatt Six, and Bad Bloods. It's going to be good, man. Next week's going to be good, so on we move. So let's end the poll and jot down the scores for the main event. It comes out as 47% great, 38% good, 11% all-time, 2% bad. So that gets a great rating. Great 58. Lovely. Lovely. A couple of matches. So first match was good. Bayley Naomi just got good 94%. But Carmelo Andrade was great. Piper Michin was good 95%. Bloodline Kevin Randy, that was great 58. So we did get 4 matches. 2 of them got great scores. And a couple of noteworthy little backstage moments and that ending as well. So yeah. Right, I give this SmackDown minus 43 out of 10. Kevin needs to call me so that we can handle this situation properly, says Negative Nigel. James said this might be a first. I've not had an argument with anyone. A page has been turned, James. A new leaf. It's a bright new future. Spartan, shout out to you. Felix said, good night, Days. Thanks for being here. And to you as well, buds. Zach said, so doing something right. I've been live for 30 years every week. That's true. They have been doing, well, that is true. I mean, SmackDown hasn't. Raw has. SmackDown's been live since when? 99. So that's been live for 25 years. Did we celebrate that? We must have. Can't remember. Did we do a special show for that? We must have. I don't remember a special show with loads of legends and whatnot, but did we do a 25 thing for SmackDown? Oh my god, I'm a boomer. If we did, I've completely forgot about it. The one I just smoked was a new leaf, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Good to know that you are having a good evening this evening. So right, thanks for watching, guys. Really appreciate all the support as always. You look after yourselves. Have a great weekend. There'll be obviously unseens and stuff on the channel, but we will be back live on Monday for what promises to be a really fun week. Thanks.